This conference will now be recorded.
So hello everyone. I know that we have a few questions from crits and there are also a few questions just like some normal upkeep stuff. So first of all of your resources and the links to the streams and I believe the link to my crits are all on the Vertex School page, your class page. And so that's going to be your hub for the real information. I've yet to talk to Ryan about how to upload my record or how I need to produce my recording of the crits to see if we can upload them to that page. You know what I mean? I know that Twitch stores that video, but it probably has commercials or whatever. And I'm sorry for that, but it's just such a large block of time. It's just the easiest solution for us to be able to do that, if that makes any sense. So are there any questions about that? So assets that I add, the links to the streams, and the links to this meeting are all going to be inside your class on Vertex School page. If you want right now, if you want to find the recordings of the crits, the only place we have them are on my Twitch page. And that's because Ryan and I haven't discussed it because that I have to know how to produce it because I just recorded it in Camtasia and it's probably a huge file since it's about 9 hours long. And I don't know how we're going to deal with that. We'll sort it out. I apologize that it's not on the Vertex page. For all I know, it might not be able to be on the Vertex page because of its size. We'll sort that out, but it is up and on Twitch pretty soon thereafter, after the thing. All right. So there are a handful of things about the UI and brushes that I keep seeing questions on. So let's just really quickly run through this. If you are, no, come on. If you've downloaded my brushes and you need to know where you're going with them. So you go to this PC. Ugh, that's still really close. I need to get stuff off this drive. Damn, I forgot to do that. We shouldn't have problems. If we do, we might have to dump some stuff off the drive real quick. So you go into Windows, you go into Program Files, you go to Pixelogic, you go to 2020 1.3, and so you want to go into Startup, and you will go to Brush Presets. And you just copy and paste the pieces inside the brush preset folder. Because if you just drop the folder in here, you're not going to see them. Or if you put brushes, if you just go into your ZBrush folder and you'll see ZBrushes, if you try to put them in here, you're not going to see them or they're not going to load. You'll be able to see them, but they're in a completely different place. And I'll show you that in a minute. So startup folder. Startup folder, and the Mod Dirty Blue goes here into materials. I have a lot of materials that you all don't necessarily need, but you can see Mod Dirty Blue 1. If you all do want my materials, of course, I can give them to you. And then brush presets are here. And the plugins go into Z plugin 64, but you need to pull the folder and the what is it, a ZBX file? I can't remember what, this isn't giving me the file. Oh, ZSC. So you need the folder and the ZSC, just drop it here, boom, they're loaded. So you just drag and drop. You can see Kitco, Metal Quotes, so much tools, so much painter, that's the so much ZBrush. Where's the other one? Like Decimation Master, Dynamesh Master, then you'll see they have the same things down here. So drag both of them into this folder. Once again, you got to, I guess when you download them, they're zipped and then there's a folder and you click that folder open, and then there are these two files inside of it. So drag the folder and the ZSC file into this folder, and be really careful, because one of the things that happens, a lot of people do it all the time, and that is they drag they drag it over and you drop it into one of these folders. And if you weren't paying any attention, you have to go through each one of these folders and find the folder with the other things. So drag it to the bottom of the screen so you're dropping it on the files, not into a folder. That happens a lot. I need to learn how to turn that off. No, I don't want to go to it. I want to avoid it. Okay, so then if you're loading the configuration, you go into preferences, you go into config, you load the UI, okay? And I think that, where's class assets? There we go. Is that right? Did I put this in? That's interesting. Oh no, that's Torturebox, that's why. I'm like, why is that like that? Where's my Dropbox? I have too many Dropbox stuff. Asset 2020. And as you can see, TSW new color. You click on that and then see, boom, it changes. So now what you have to do is come into preferences again, go into configure again. You can save UI, just means you're taking and you're creating another copy of that UI file and storing it somewhere. You have to hit store configuration. Hold on, I'm going to turn that off before I store this configuration because that's really annoying. Store configuration. So now it should, you have to select something here. Hold on, Brian. You have to drag something into the screen and then push edit, and then they should come in. So John, is that the issue you were having? Did you, Lewis, you were on, I heard you yawning. Was this not there because you didn't have anything in the screen? Drag something in the screen and see if it's there. Also, if you don't see, like if you see missing brushes here under my brush, it means you put the brushes in the wrong place. And you just need to drag them into Z Startup, into the brushes. So are there any questions about this point, or like where to put stuff, or how to load the UI? Yeah, it's not that it wasn't working, it's that these tools serve no purpose unless a tool selected. So ZBrush doesn't even show them. ZBrush
So,
kind of, what?
Thomas, the brushes you're showing over on the right side of your UI, okay? That's
Yes.
not all the brushes, obviously. So is that just the brushes?
Well, if you go right here, these are your brush folder. If you tap here, these are all the brushes that are in the startup for ZBrush. So these are the access to all the things that are in the startup folder, okay? Now, there's a whole nother world of brushes up here. If you go into brush, where is it? Brush. And these are folders full of all kinds of different brushes. I'm going to ask you not to deal with any of that garbage right now. Kind of wrap your head around what I'm trying to teach you, and then feel free to explore all you want. Feel free to create your own user interfaces. Get rid of stuff of mine. But while I'm teaching, it's just easier if you're in my universe, because then I can point to things much quicker than digging through the folders to find the things I want you to see. Well, okay, then go back to your last one. Just say restore custom. If that one's having a problem, restore custom UI, and it should go back to the UI. The only difference in this one is colors. So you can see standard is selected right here. So that's the only thing is, so when I have clay tubes on at any time when I'm working, you can go over here and look and see what's selected. That's the only reason. And the other day, I was trying to show Zoltan what folder was active. No, escape. Or what subtool was active. And now you can see that the active subtool, it's very clearly different than the other subtools. So that way it's a little easier to see what subtool is active as well. So I'm just going to do a quick, rundown of, what's going on in front of us, okay? Because today we're going to start from scratch, and what I'm going to do, I uploaded a few pictures into the assets, and it says week 2 assets, or might say week 2 photos, something like that. And there are a couple pictures of lilies, and since I intentionally did not do this model before this, because I want you to see how I approach something that I haven't looked at, I haven't practiced this, and I want you to see, I'm going to talk you through my thinking process of the block up a little, and I want you to start thinking about block up this way for now. And this is probably going to be radically different than what you normally do, unless you've heard me before and you've sort of adopted this, but this really isn't necessarily how other people are going to teach you to do block up. So why I find this process so important is because the number one issue we have when we are dealing with jewelry is that we are dealing with objects that are very small. And if we are going to retain enough mesh density to create something that has detail, you need a lot of density. Remember the spider ring and how he had pulled those out of the ring, but to get the density that he needed to be able to pull those out, that was a 37 million poly base, right? A lot of your computers will just choke out at 37 million polys. You're sure as hell not sculpting at 37 million polys. So this is a way to control your mesh. And you'll hear me say mesh management all the time. And so basically my process is this. We go from a very basic minimal block up. The other thing I want you all to understand is that you want this block up to be as small as possible. You're not trying to put detail into this. You're not trying to do anything but control where the geometry is going to be when you start dividing it up. And I'll show you, in picking the lily, there are a few things that it actually solved for me to be able to show you this stuff. No, me too. No, Eric, I'm completely addicted to polys. At home, I can work on 100 million poly models. This poor thing starts to choke. Well, it doesn't choke out. It just stops the video stream if I get into the 20s. Like it'll work, but it's using enough CPU that it won't stream. So, okay. So I say always start with a star. There are a couple reasons. I mentioned this last week, but we're going to be very clear about it. And that is ZBrush has 2 basic primitive geometries, right? So you go over here and you get all these like little geometry things, right? And there's some really cool things you can do with this type of geometry, but I'm not going to show you because I don't want you thinking about that right now. I want you to wrap your head around kind of the philosophy and how and why I build models the way I do. Because at the end of the day, we have to come out with something that is detailed enough that it becomes a compelling object, but also that we have enough control over the mesh that we can have a workable model, kind of while we're working on it, you can actually work on it. Like I said, I don't think many of you have machines that are going to deal with a single 37 million poly subdivision model and let you sculpt, or subtool and let you sculpt on it. So mesh management is very important. The other reason this is I want you guys to start really thinking as the gizmo as the center of the world. I've watched some classes and I watched some of my other streamers, and they don't use the gizmo tools at all because they develop their work path before gizmo. And that's great. I mean, you know, honestly, the only reason I update my work path most of the time is I teach now. And so I kind of have to teach new stuff. So every beta, I try to figure out how to get it to work for me. And I don't always create the most compelling beta images, but I usually come up with something interesting. So, you know, there it is. So the reason I say start with the star is because very rarely are we using stars in our models. It's such a specific shape that, I mean, of course, if you're making a flag and this and that, or Captain America maybe, but let's face it, we very rarely use stars. So if we look over at our subtools, we're like, oh, what's a star? So that means it's either something that I just opened or it's something I need to adjust, you know? So there we go. So let's delete this just so we only have one guy. The other reason I want you to start in Gizmo is Gizmo really is an incredibly powerful tool, and it allows us to control our base geometry from our first step. Now, I'm just going to do a quick demo here, just how to, so we're going to also go over symmetry a little today. So first thing I'm going to do is come over here and turn on draw polyframe, and I want line and fill selected. So you can see the little white guys up here, you can turn it off and turn it on. So often I will have this turned on, but I will turn off line because when you start to get in big meshes, everything just looks black. But sometimes I really want to see the poly groups. Poly groups are your friend. You will wind up using them a lot if you're a smart worker, right? Because sometimes you just want to work on the eye, boom. And now if you have a machine that's struggling with the deep mesh, you're only working on that one little section. And ZBrush is very unique in the way that it processes information. It's only processing what it sees. So it's a little bit more like point cloud analysis than it is CAD, right? And that's one of the reasons there's some very simple things in CAD programs that ZBrush just can't do, because it's not thinking about geometry in the same way. So we start with our star. I'm going to go to a cube, and you can see it starts out with this 4 subdivision level, or 4 divisions, right? They're 4 up, 4 down, and 4 deep. So these arrows are the things that allow you to control your base primitives from the very beginning. And as you can see, purple is your x-axis, red is your x-axis, the blue purple is z, and the green is y. So you always know, ZBrush is pretty darn good about always referencing your axes, so you know where you are in the world. So I want to bring this down to 2. I want a center line, right? I'm going to take this all the way down to 0, and I'm going to take this to 0, because I want my base model to be as simple as possible. The next thing I'm going to do is incredibly important. So for the internal unit in ZBrush is 1 millimeter, okay? And so up here, when I get into it, it'll say 1 unit, right? But for some people, they don't wrap their heads around units. So if you really want to see millimeters up there, the easiest way to do this is hit 1 unit helper, right? Sliders to subtool, and 9999997 is 1. I mean, that's what, a 10,000th of a millimeter, that's 1. So now, if you notice, see the numbers right here? You know, it doesn't say unit. Those are positional numbers anyway. But if I were measuring, it would just say unit. Some people want to see that millimeter, so you set scene scale. Boop. 1 millimeter, 1 millimeter, 1 millimeter. You go, okay, woo. And see up here, it says 0.25 millimeters. And this also gives you positioning information. It gives you a little bit more information when you do set scene scale. All right, so now we know that this is 1 millimeter. We now know our world is set to millimeters. Okay, so I'm going to delete that now because I don't want it. Technically, this is probably pretty close. Yeah, there we go. So I know that I'm going to be making a pendant, let's say. So I want the bottom of that to be about 3 millimeters. So I'm going to type in 3 right here. And you'll see how all of these numbers change to 3s. That is because of this number on, and that is lock sliders to ratio. Now, if I want this to be 3 millimeters square, but only 1 millimeter deep, that means I have to turn the lock ratio off, come here, hit 1, push enter. You have to push enter on these, or it will go back to the previous scale and you'll get these weird things. And now I'm going to say reset. Often this all is on. Make sure all is turned off. Otherwise, you're going to rescale all of your subtools at once, and it really, unless you're trying to do that, which is good, but we'll deal with that later. Resize subtool. Okay, so now you can see it's 3 millimeters by 3 millimeters by 1 millimeter. So really quick with scale, the other thing I want you all to know, and understand this, I throw a lot of this stuff out there, and I don't expect you necessarily to pick it up at once, because honestly, you could start this model and not touch anything to scale except, sliders to subtool, and then you can actually hit W, and that puts us in our gizmo, right? Hit W again, and it puts us back, or that the first one is our alter, it puts us inside the custom folder where we just were. If you hit it again, so right, if I hit W, it toggles between my last selected tool or my last selected whatever is inside this, whatever primitive and or function, it'll go to that. And then, right. So if I want to go back to Gizmo, like you can literally just grab this, scale it, then you can slide this and scale it, hit set sliders a subtool, and it'll give you, your idea. Or it'll tell you what your thing is. But I just want to resize the tool. Wait, we want that to be, no, that is 353, that's close enough. Don't get tied up in decimals. Just remember that 3935693 is 3, right? So 2 things about scale. I have scale coming from 2 different locations. I have sliders to subtool, and then I have update size ratios right here. Update size ratio is actually coming from 3D Print Hub. That is this button right here. And now slider to subtool is coming from Scale Master, which is right here. Sliders to subtool. These actually do different things. And they also round at a different decimal point. So sometimes they come up and it looks like you'll see 9443 or whatever, and this will be 9344, and you're like, oh, they're different. No, you're hundredths of millimeters. It's just a rounding point. Where they round is a different decimal. I don't know which one it is. I never paid that much attention, but because hundredths of millimeters, I'm not worrying about. It's not real. Okay, so the difference is this, and hold on, let me just divide this so it becomes pretty obvious. So sliders to subtool will always say this, right? If I select this little section, sliders to subtool, look, it didn't change because it's measuring the entirety of that subtool, whether it's visible or not. Update size ratios, look, is measuring what is visible, okay? And so these are super useful used together, right? So once again, they do different jobs. They're doing the same thing, and you can see this is only 2 decimals here, so this might wind up a different number when you see this. So don't stress about it. It's going to be either 100th or 1,000th of a millimeter different. So don't stress about them being different numbers. I've had in past classes people like, oh, they're different numbers. What am I doing wrong? They're not actually different numbers. They're just rounding at a different point. All right, so does everyone understand the difference between slider to subtool and update size ratio? Update size ratio will measure whatever it sees, whatever is visible. Sliders to subtool, whether it's visible or not, will measure whatever is in the scene. So you're getting a huge box model that never, or box measurement that never changes, or you're getting a what's visible box. Okay, so let's undo this. So there we go. So now we're at our little thing here. Now, symmetry is right here. The X button turns symmetry on and off. I would get used to knowing that because I use symmetry a lot. So in this process that you're about to see, for the most part, I always work with symmetry turned on, because a lot of functions later on will go, oh, well, that's not symmetrical. And you're like, and it won't work. So try to keep, unless it's, like the skull and lily ring yesterday, that was obviously not symmetrical, but you can see that you block it up fairly symmetrically. Block up in symmetry is just a lot faster. You got to think on a ring, you have quad symmetry, right? So you have the x-axis turned on and the z-axis turned on. So all your sculpting is 1/4 of that ring. So you're getting a lot more bang for your buck out of symmetry in the early phases. Once things are there, it's easy to come back and break symmetry. And even if you break symmetry just a little, I would suggest breaking symmetry, because then your brain is looking for what's going on. So yes, there we go. So symmetry is turned on, and I'm going to go to ZModeler. Now I'm going to give everyone a big warning here. ZModeler is insanely persnickety, and it's really stupid for me to expect you to understand ZModeler from the beginning, because ZModeler not only is one of the most deep, complex brushes there is in ZBrush, it's also, if you make even tiny mistakes, you can completely screw your model. But if you get the hang of this, it's also insanely fast for doing your block up and getting your base geometry in. So the thing that I want you to really wrap your head around in ZModeler is brush or stroke control. You have to be incredibly intentional and very careful about what you touch, even touch, because you can get yourself into a lot of trouble really fast. And so, but it's worth fighting through. So ZModeler is this lovely brush. And so you can either work on a face, on an edge, or on a point. Okay, see, you can see how, here, let's zoom in so we can really see the differences up here. So we roll our model over, and you can see how it says insert edge loop. So this is an edge, and you can see that this is a face, because you can see the whole square is red. Here, the edge is highlighted, and here you can see the little yellow line off the point. So edge, point, face. Now, let me describe this brush again real quick. So as you can see, there's that orange yellow line that's sort of rotating around as I move my brush. Some of the steps or some of the effects that ZBrush can, or that ZModeler can do, is directional, right? So if you have poly loop, it'll loop in that direction. So the orange is showing directionality of action, okay? And it's really, edge and point, you can see that point has some directionality too. Don't worry about this right now, because what I'm asking you isn't going to do much. What I want you to get the hang of is like 3 functions inside ZModeler. And I don't want you to go exploring. I don't want you to be, hey, I'm going to get ahead of the class and I'm going to understand this. Stop. Don't. I do not want you to make complex Z models right now. Complex Z modeling is hard surface modeling, and just let that go for a second. I want you to wrap your head around the fact that ZModeler is used to create the smallest base mesh we can create. Because as we subdivide this up, I want as many subdivisions I can get, and I want you to start working in the 1 to 5 million poly models. So I want you to have anywhere between 6 and 8 subdivision levels. And that completely depends on how big this model is. And I'm going to show you why this is somewhat dangerous. So as you can see, I have symmetry turned on, and I touch this and it's on both sides, right? So I'm going to make sort of like a U horny shape thing. So first thing you need to know, you roll over an edge, a face, or a point. If you hold down the space bar, this gives you, this is all the things you can do with an edge, or I mean with a face in QMesh. And see, it's called polygon action. So see, this 4-sided, this is a polygon, it's a face. So the menu says polygon. Boom. QMesh can do all of these different things. So let me explain this just really quick. I don't want to go into too much detail because I really don't want you digging around in ZModeler, because if you've never used it before, you're just going to create a horror show. But just so you understand what you're looking at, this is almost like a brush menu, right? QMesh is the brush. It's what's going to happen, right? So QMesh is what you're mostly going to use, and it allows you to drag a surface out, drag a surface out, drag a surface out, and let's, hold on. Drag a surface out, drag a surface out. Okay. And so what's cool about QMesh is it also lets you drag a surface away. And you're just grabbing the face and pulling it into itself and then just pulling through the model. So QMesh is sort of the Lego builder. It allows you to grab what face you're going to and the next Lego, right? So ZModeler is building base models with Legos. Using the mesh tools is building a base model with clay, right? If that makes any sense. So a couple things, if you drag a surface out or do any action and you tap the surface, it will repeat. So this is a very good way of getting something that is all the right, the same scale. The other thing about ZModeler is this, or our ZModel models, is I want them to be as even as possible as well. Because if we start in it, I sort of showed you this with the why I don't want you doing edge looping, but let's turn symmetry off real quick. And I'm going to take this and I'm going to put 2 really tiny lines right here. Okay. So I'm going to divide this model. And let's just take one of these sections. So that is Control and Alt. And it allows me to select that. Now, this is 21,000 polys, right? And that was more than 1 square. Now let's take these right here. Boop. And look, that's 37,000 polys. So I almost have 10,000 more polys in this little area than I do in each one of these. So that is loading geometry, okay? We want to avoid that, because as we start subdividing, unless of course, you want a lot of detail here and not a lot of detail there. We'll go through that later. Right now, think about even meshes, okay? The other thing is, so you're going to use QMesh. And so you can see that you can, let's turn symmetry back on. Boom, boom. You can do this real quick. Now, I do not want you to build a mesh this way, okay? Because if you notice, it's like, oh, well, I want to go this way, boom, 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 boom. Super easy, right? But now watch what happens if I try to insert an edge loop here. Oh, well, it just goes there. Oh, it just goes there. It's not going along the whole edge. No, just drag it out. There's nothing you need to do that's that exacting. If you want to be exacting, how I would do it is push push W, push Y, get your transpose tool here, hold down shift and drag it out. And let's say you want it to be, well, where's a millimeter? There's a millimeter. You want each one to be a millimeter. I would come over here, just get your distance like that, and now hit Q, kind of tilt this a little so you can grab the face, drag it out, and get it close that way, or have a reference block there and drag it out. You don't be like that. The concept that you need to measure everything and make it exactly right is false. Creating jewelry is voodoo. It is not CAD. And I honestly believe that CAD has destroyed the creative mind of jewelry. Because we're going to do a quick Google search right here. These were made like 2,000 years ago with people with camel fat torches and rocks. I mean, they are making beautiful things. Not one of these people picked up a caliper to make, come on, something beautiful. Okay. And yes, if you're going into manufacturing, you may need things to be fairly exact. This is not the time to do it. Make something beautiful. Start and scale, work and scale, but it's easy to come back and tune it to scale. But most of my students that come from Matrix or Rhino and start this program bitch and kvetch and whine and cry about scale. It's the dumbest argument I've ever heard in my life. And I literally had a knockdown blowout fight with someone who I went to train them in ZBrush, and they're like, well, our factory demands more exacting. And I had them print it and I had them cast it and we put calipers on it. And I'm like, you're more than half a millimeter off. Are you crazy? You always have to go through that step. So, no, stop all that crap. We're here to sculpt, not use CAD. The CAD mind completely limits how you can create. And we're not in a CAD program. We are in a sculpting program. It is incredibly important that you wrap your head around that. This is not a CAD program. It does not do things the CAD program does. You have to think of this as more as a digital bench than a computer assisted design. Because yes, I can hit this button and I can get an insanely accurate measurement. But that insanely accurate measurement doesn't mean crap, because you're going to print it, you're going to mold it, you're going to burn it out, and then you're going to cast it. And there's no such thing. And then you're going to polish it. If you just polish the thing, you just lost your 1,000th of a millimeter accuracy. So this is a fight that I have with a lot of CAD users. Oh, it's so accurate. Our fabrication demands insane. Shut up. Just stop. It is not true, because you're always going to have to measure that model and readjust it no matter what. If someone says that they're getting 1,000th of a millimeter accurate, or hell, 10th of a millimeter accuracy from their first CAD model to the production, they're lying to you. I do not believe it. It's a load of BS. So get out of the mind that measurements are that accurate. You saw what the Scythians did. They took wire, they drew it through a hole. Like if you're doing bench work and you're fabricating, if you're drawing wire, and for those of you who don't know what drawing wire means, is that there are these things called drawing plates, and they have little holes in them, and you take metal and you go from one size hole and you pull it through the hole, and then you put it in the next hole and you pull it through that, and it's gradually gets smaller, and that's called drawing wire. And you're doing that from just bullion. You know, you can take a nugget, hammer it, and then draw a wire. If you take a caliper to that, anywhere along that wire, I guarantee you that there are hundreds of millimeter variations within the draw. So this concept that you can get hundreds or thousands of millimeter accuracy on your first model to your first CAD, from your first CAD model to your first produced piece is absolute BS. And I have CAD users who will defend that to the day they die. They're belligerent, they're mean, they're actually angry about it. It's BS. You have to make multiple models, measure them to get accuracy like that. And then once you have that model, you store it, you know, and then you measure your percentile change. And then you can apply that percentile change to later models and be much closer, but BS. It is a myth of CAD workers. They think they're accurate and they're silly. They're not. It's just absurd. So I went on that and lost my tangent here. So the concept of taking this and measuring it, poo on you. Just make something beautiful. Stop worrying about your measurements right now. So I'm going to take, and I want to make a U, and I'm going to show you why we don't want to do this, right? I'm going to take a corner. I don't want you doing that. I want you to think of things as a consistent surface, okay? So I will normally knock out quite a few squares because I know that they're all going to be roughly the same size. And then, so that was QMesh, right? First thing we use, QMesh. The next tool we're going to use, we're going to hold down our space bar. We're going to roll over our point. We're going to hold down our space bar, and we're going to use infinite XYZ. And I'm going to hit that. And what that allows me to do is move this point and this point at the same time. Now, I know for a fact that a lot of you are going to do this, and then like 10 phases in, it's going to say found no symmetry. You have to lock your screen, right? So we're rolling around, we hold shift down, and it snaps, right? You want this to be exactly on axis. So don't futz with it, you know, get it locked, and then you can move around. And why we're doing that is make your brush not huge, but about that size. Symmetry's on, and I'm gonna come and I'm gonna pick the curve that I want. And you can see it's dragging the one below and the one on top. And this allows me to move very quickly into a shape that I like and want. And now I'm just going to get stuff up here and sort of in the right area. Okay, I need another one here and here. All right, so boom, 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 boom. And now I'm going to come back and try to get these squares or rectangles or tetrahedrons or whatever the hell they are, to be roughly the same size. And I mean, obviously these are getting bigger and they're getting smaller, but I want, you know, as close as we can get, you know, just relatively the same size, because I want this mesh to divide evenly. All right, so there we go. Now you'll notice I'm doing this flat, right? Now, let's say, one second, I need 2 layers here. Hold on, I'm gonna do the same thing. Now I'm going to mask this bottom side off because I'm still using infinite XYZ, so I don't want this to affect the one below it. And I'm going to do this, and I want this to kind of come around, and I want this one to kind of tilt up, so we sort of have this little figure 80 thing. Oops. Now see how all of a sudden we got this line? What happened was while I was moving around, I wasn't careful and I just tapped an edge. Boom, boom. And so it's very easy to tap something else. The other thing you're going to wind up doing is accidentally tapping one of these surfaces, and you're going to wind up with extra faces, right? And you're going to be like, why is my mesh so horrible? So if you keep finding that you're doing this, right, it really comes down to just stroke discipline. I'm going to take this, I'm going to move it. I'm going to lift my stylus off the screen. I'm now going to come into where I'm moving my stylus. I'm then going to engage the point, but be very careful not to tap the other surface. And we're going to do this. Okay. So now I have these two different things. I know, see, boom, I touched an edge, right? I got an extra thing here. So you have to be very careful. If you keep tapping things and you keep winding up with chaotic meshes. Now see, here's a point. Well, okay, let's continue one thought at a time. If you keep touching things, right, do this. Okay, I know that I've just pulled out, I'm doing my my poly frames, right? Or my, what do they call them? I always say faces, but the polygons. Okay, I'm gonna pull out polygons. Well, you can go in here, roll over an edge and go do nothing. And then you can come over a point and say do nothing. And that way you can only pull out edges. You get your edges pulled out, and we now know that I want to move these around. So I'm going to go to a face and I'm going to push it and I'm going to go do nothing. And my edges already do nothing. So now I can come here, go move. I'm going to make sure it's infinite XYZ, it is. And now I can come in and move. So if you keep in this process, if you keep tapping your surfaces, just come in and do them one step at a time. So now here's another thing to think about. As I know that this is going to go over and under, just make sure that you have enough geometry in the area, right? See how this is a big block? Well, I know that I want this to go under this. So you need a little bit of geometry in there. I normally have my edge set at insert edge. And then that way, if I just see this has become long, I just tap that, and they roughly become the same size, right? And so now we have these two different shapes. So I'm going to introduce you to a brush that is very important and very helpful in your block up, and that is Move Topological. Move Topological is a low mesh brush. If you try to do this with something that has a lot of subdivision levels, it's going to take a million years to think, and it's going to choke your machine out. So just remember, it's really used for this, maybe 2 subdivisions, maybe, but excuse me. It's really designed as a low geometry brush. I'm going to make this big. And so here, I'm just going to take a move brush and see it moves both things, right? Well, Move Topological only deals with a surface that it touches. So this is not connected to this. So I can take this and move this below this pretty easily, right? And then I'm going to take this and move it above. So these are intertwining surfaces. And I'm going to do it here in my block up after I have blocked it up flat. I am not worried about my over and unders until I've blocked it up flat, because by blocking it up flat, I have its base relationships, everything sorted out. I don't have to start worrying about dimensionality or what's happening to the model yet. I can just worry about getting that base geometry where I need it. Actually, yeah, mouse is not a bad place to be with with ZModeler. Okay, so here we go. And now we have our base geometry. I'm going to divide this up. Now, for those of you who, I think it was Sherry, I can't remember who it was, who was saying, oh, how do I get to retain my edges? Well, let's say you want this top edge to stay sharp. Do not use edge looping. Edge looping piles all your geometry onto one edge. Remember, this divides quadraturally, right? So it takes each one of these squares and divides it into 4, right? Boop, into 4. Well, that's all fine and dandy, except if you have a line that's really close to one another, now you're putting 4 times the geometry every time you divide onto that edge. You want your geometry out here where you're sculpting, not on your edge. Okay, so let's go back here, and we are going to go into ZModeler. I'm going to go over my edge, make your brush size smaller. I'm going to go into my edge, and you can see crease. And I'm going to do edge loop. So you can just do these 2 edges, right? Now let's divide, and you can see those edges are staying sharp. It's not adding or subtracting geometry. It's making an artificial edge loop. This is one of the few artificial geometries that I'll ever use. I do not like artificial geometry because you'll forget it's not there, and then all of a sudden when you go to print, it's not there, and you're like, what happened? Okay, so hold down this and hold down space, and let's do edge loop partial. So let's tap this, and it should go to that stopping point. So now when we divide, everything's round, but that top edge stayed sharp. Undo that, roll over the edge loop complete, boop, and it'll do it all the way around. Oh, no, it did it around the front face. Okay, divide, and now the front face is sharp and everything behind it's soft. So if you're trying to do smooth geometry that has sharp edges, do that. Now remember, you can always, let's get rid of that. You can always turn this button off, which is smooth in your subdividing. It's your subdivide smooth modifier. You turn that off and divide, and you can see you're doing this. But you see the problem with this is that it doesn't do any smoothing at all. So you wind up with that base block up edge breakup, where if you just crease the edges you want, they'll stay sharp. I will still argue I don't do that unless it's very clearly something that I need to be very sharp and stay in the exact same place. I tend to just work my way towards those sharp edges because I think we find out more about our forms while we're sculpting. But if you have something that you definitely want sharp edge, crease it. Do not edge loop it. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200 with edge looping. No edge looping. Unless, of course, for some reason you want all your damn geometry on the edge, which makes no sense to me. If you need a potty break, go ahead and take one. I mean, you're not going to miss much. As you can see, I've just been talking about this for what, an hour. Okay. Do you want to take a potty break? And I can do a quick, I mean, this is a perfectly good time for me to do a quick question and answer. So if you want to take a potty break, Lewis, go ahead, and I will do a quick Q&A on anything we have up to this point. Is there anything that anyone doesn't understand at this point? My Lewis goes pee.
I don't know if you can hear me.
I can.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so I noticed in this model, like everything is relatively like a uniform-ish width. So like if you were doing or building a Z model that had larger flat surfaces, would you just divide them in the same way that you chopped that one block up into two, just so that to keep everything even?
Yeah, I would.
Okay.
Because chances are, if you're going to have a large block area, you're going to want to sculpt on that area, right? Usually, if you have a big flat area, you're going to want to do something to it. So in turn, if you don't have the same amount of cubes or subdivisions in that big surface, you're going to have far less geometry in it later on. So try to keep the divisions very close. I'm going to show you how to make a part of this flat here in a second too. And this is also a place where you can come in and, you can change these forms here. You can futz with this and get some of your shape here, right? But start with those even blocks, and then you can come in and play with your surfaces. Now, when you're doing this, chances are you're going to want to turn off infinite XYZ because, well, if you don't want both sides to move, right? Because it's looking all the way through the model. So you can see if that, like, right, see this one is going to be behind that one. If I move this up, it will move that up. That's the whole infinite XYZ it'll go through. There are other infinite brushes and so I can show you how you could tune all this up, but I just want you to get the idea of getting the block in and don't really worry about getting this block up to be exact, right? Because we're going to sculpt on this. So, this truly is a base model. I think as soon as you divide, the radius appears. What radius are we talking about? Well, I would actually very much prefer you do it here. Yes, of course, you can bring your base geometry in from something else. But in today's homework, and actually what I'm about to work through and show you, I would really like to see you do it in Matrix quicker, right? I don't think you can. So especially with how I'm going to show you how to bring something, because today we're going to create an object from a visual reference using this block up. And I know that you're used to making things in Matrix or Rhino or whatever. It's all the same thing to me. I know Matrix is just the largest, most expensive plugin in the universe. But when I say Matrix, I mean Rhino, Matrix. But I would prefer that you do this here because I want you to understand the geometry. Because if you bring your model in and then you Z-remesh it, you then have to go up and reproject to the other thing, and you don't really have control over where it is. And this just gives you a much better process. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm doing this so you learn how to do this in ZBrush. But of course, you can do it in Rhino and import it, or do it in Matrix and import it, and it's perfectly fine. It's perfectly good, and that's that. But I really would prefer you to be able to create base geometry in ZBrush because there are things that are a lot easier to do here than in Matrix. And when I say Matrix, I mean Rhino, blah, 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 blah. All right, so we have to wait for Mr. Lutz to get back.
Tomas,
Or Krantz. Yeah, yes.
when you built the second layer, there's kind of a, I don't know, a ramp or a section between them. Did you add that?
No, I just grabbed these, oops, that's on crease. Let's go back to QMesh. I just dragged this up a little and then drag that out because I knew there was going to be a space, right?
Oh, okay, I see. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Okay, the other thing that I should probably show you right now is a selection tool. So as you notice, this is just me selecting 1, 1, 1, right? So here we go back to the Alt button. If you hold down Alt and you slide these around, right? We have selected all of those tools. And so, and now it's just an easy way to hold down Alt, bump, bump, and now you've You see what I'm saying? So that's a easy selection tool if you want to select more than one thing. All right? So Alt gives you these gray faces. And yeah, so you'll notice that these change colors. Usually the color change is just a different action, like we're going that direction, we're going this direction. You see how it's the face that changed color? That's because that is the frame that the action was taken on. You mean you want to change the polygroup? To change the polygroup, you hold down Control. Well, I always forget how to do it.
No, my question was, when you hold Alt and you're pulling out those sections, is it actually adding new polygroups, or is it still the same geometry?
Well, it's the same geometry, but it's changed the polygroup. You see what I mean? That's a different polygroup now.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was wondering. Okay.
Yeah, but don't worry about that because all you do is hit Control W and everything becomes the same polygroup again.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's just so you can see. It's funny because it seems like a dumb thing, but it's actually quite helpful because it shows you where an action has happened, right? So if I accidentally tap that and I don't notice it and I start dividing, hold on, let's turn smooth again. Turn smooth back on. I start dividing and you're like, what in the hell? What happened? Well, you'll see this big green face. And so when you go back, you're like, oh, I must have tapped that. Under normal circumstances, all you have to do is push it back towards it and that disappears, right? You see what I mean? So if you accidentally touch this, just grab the face and push it back. And under most circumstances, it will disappear. You can have done, there are a handful of things that you can do to really screw yourself. Like I said, this isn't necessarily the best place in the world to start learning, but it is in the sense of learning how to control your mesh. And I would prefer you to learn how to control your mesh. So this may prove to be a frustrating assignment. And like I said, if you keep having problems, do each step one at a time. Go in here and turn, do nothing off except for the one thing you're trying to do, and then that's going to be better. Okay. And so now, right, we divide, and now we have our surfaces to start sculpting. So do we have any other questions about what I've just showed you here? I do not even know what the hell you're talking about, but I know that it's got to be horrifying. All right, so now,
Tomas?
Yes.
I'm sorry. When you just showed that last version of the model where it had that weird geometry going out, how did you get a full plane going across without the edge loop still coming through there? Do you understand what I'm asking?
Not at all.
Okay, so you back up in the top where it was curving over. Yeah.
Okay.
In that top where you were showing.
There.
How come the edge ring or that how come that's a single face as opposed to being divided like the rest of it is?
Because as I pulled it out, it snapped to that edge, right? So if I take this and I pull this out, see how it snapped to that? And then it pulled, it's the directionality of the Q mesh. In this, so right on the outside here, we don't really have that problem, but see how it attached to that? So Q mesh is trying to make consistent forms, right? So like you pull this out, it can, oh my goodness, I can't believe I'm actually going to introduce you to this. Everyone's going to freak out. But so if you are trying to do something like this and it keeps filling in on you, it's because it's snapping to surfaces. And where this really becomes a problem is when you're trying to do like, let's say splits, okay, like Y intersections. And I'll show you this later in the block up when I do it, but I want you all to know what I'm doing. So I do this, And this can actually be one of the most frustrating things in the world. Let's say you want to do, what's the German photographer and illustrator that did all the really close-up images of the flowers, and there's the one that's the spiral and it spirals all off. I don't know if you all know what I'm talking about. I'm just talking madness now. But let's say you want these to be like these separate little things. Well, damn it, I can't get QMesh to do it. It always locks. There are ways to go in here and change your settings so it doesn't do it. Don't do that right now. Do not change settings. Use these things as they are and just do the one thing I'm telling you to learn, because you could get into ZModeler and you're going to go into ZModel hell and you're going to get nothing done because you're going to try to figure out each and every single one of those tools until it works, and don't try to get a hold of class and I'm going to be the good student and learn more than I'm being told. Stop it. Learn these 4 things I'm trying to get you to learn. Yeah, like the the whatever. So, oh yeah, I can do the keystroke shower, sorry. I'll try not to type passwords this week. I'm such a jackass. All right. I have LastPass. I'm changing all my passwords as I go along, but those weren't changed yet. Okay, we can hide that. Let's bring this over here. And we will turn keystrokes on, right? Yeah. Okay.
So I was just curious why it did that. That's all.
Yeah. No, well, it's important because if you're going to try to do this as 3 separate prongs, you're not going to be able to do it without doing a lot of video stuff, and it's going to make you crazy. So there are 2 different extrusion tools. QMesh is basically an extrusion tool. We're extruding these surfaces, right? Well, if you notice, there's also extrude. Now, I want you to understand that this tool will screw you dead in half a second because, as you know, I pull this out and great, look, it seems like, well, why aren't we using extrusion tool as opposed to QMesh? Because it'll also do silly little things like this. And if you're not paying attention and you go around, you tap stuff, all of a sudden, let's divide this, you get all this garbage. And this can create the worst mesh faces in the world. If you have no stroke discipline, this brush will destroy you. It'll destroy every model you ever make. It's a horrifying brush in the sense of it can get you into a lot of trouble. But if you want to extrude something that does not snap to the other surface, this is the best tool to do it with. But the second you do this, you're like, okay, I want these 3 things to be, be very careful not to touch anything else. Make sure to look for any extra little green surfaces, because the ones that'll get you are those. Well, hold on. Stop it. It's snapping to these. And these happen all the time. You'll do it. You won't notice it. You're going to be halfway through your model and your geometry is going to be garbage. So, do that. And the first thing you do is go back to QMesh. Get the hell out of extrude ASAP. Only use extrude when you're trying to change direction. Like if you've done this, a couple times and it just keeps snapping and you're like, damn it, I don't want it to snap. I'll let you go to extrude. Do that one move and get the hell out of extrude instantly, because it does stuff that, that you don't want to do if you are not incredibly careful. Okay, so.
But you could snap those 2 ends together at the points. It would work, even though they're 2 separate pieces.
These?
Like no. The upper and the lower.
These 2?
Those to the one to the left. So the one that you just kind of interwove together.
Snap. Are you saying could I snap these to this like that?
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
Okay. And you can do it without going up. The problem is QMesh is directional. So if you want these to go to that, you need to, and here is the other edge brush that I'll let you use, is slide. Take it and you can see it slides, right? So that's a good way of getting things sort of back to even, is just sliding them. But the easiest way to get them is kind of slide that one back, slide this one back, and you can see they're sort of facing one another. And see, that's still not within the, it's only going to view it. It's hard to get them if they are not facing each other. So you can probably drag this out and maybe drag that one out. And yeah, there you go. Do you see what I mean? If you're trying to join things with QMesh, they sort of have to be facing one another for it to work easily. There is bridge tools, but like I said, right now, I just want you to don't get clever in ZModeler, because if you do not have very good stroke discipline, ZModeler can get you into a lot of trouble. You can just tap and touch and things, you're moving and you're touching surfaces and geometry is being created, and it's just chaos. So simple, and definitely look for other color. Like look and see if you have any like extra green surfaces, because you probably didn't want them. Well, it's just going to look a lot softer. I mean, that's what it's going to look like. I mean, it just softens all the edges. So if you want a pointy edge, obviously you're going to drag these up, and see here, you can go to slide edge loop partial, and you can do that and see how it slides that whole backside up. So now we know when we divide, that is going to be, a sharper edge. It's really just knocking the corners off, right? That's all softening or dividing does, is it just softens all your edges as it's going down.
Hey, Tomas, I
Yes.
missed. Did you mention not to insert creases along the edges?
I did say creases are okay, because creases are artificial geometry, right? Edge loops. Don't do this. Like, hold on. Insert edge. If you want a sharp edge, don't add geometry, because as we divide this, right? Sorry. That has 16,000 points. And that, come on, has 6,000 points.
Okay.
You see
yeah,
what I mean?
Yeah.
So
I
that
mentioned
little
so I
area
had to
right
check
there
my own
has,
one.
like 8 times as many points as that square, because we put all those little edges in there. So do not physically edge loop, because you are in turn loading all of the geometry onto an edge. Where if you take crease, let's say edge loop partial, because you only want that back edge to be sharp, boom. And now when you divide, right, you're keeping that sharp edge, and then, but it's not loading the geometry. It's fake geometry. And then I would argue, once you get up to your subdivision levels, go down here and say uncrease all. Stop it. Because as you're sculpting, sometimes you want to knock that edge off. And let me tell you, it's a pain in the butt to do with creases on. So, yeah. All right. Do we all are there any questions about this before I shift to bringing in a reference image, and then I'm going to show you how to block that up? Yeah, it's very bad for sculpting because you forget that it's there. Any questions here before we hop into the actual block up? I don't expect you to completely understand this. Remember, you're going to learn as you make your mistakes as you go on. And I wanted to say this about the critiques as well, because I had a few questions and stuff afterwards. Remember that the critiques get way ahead. Oh, I wrote this down, didn't I? Well, just remember, the critiques get way ahead of the class. So don't freak out. Just think about what I'm trying to teach you about how to perceive the model and geometry. Because at the end of the day, you're probably going to go off and use a bunch of your own tools, right? But I need you to continue to think about geometry, and the final, like, reflective surfaces are the most important things you can wrap your head around as we're going forward, because that is what's going to make a viable, beautiful object at the end of the day. Yes, that is exactly what it does. Awesome. So now we are about to start a new thing. What do? We go to start. We frame, and I am going to say, well, let's now import our image, and that's going to determine our scale. Okay, so I uploaded a few pictures of lilies. Let's go look at them. And they are in week 2 reference, right? And let's kind of analyze what we're looking at. Okay, we have a lily, we have a lily, we have a lily. Now, you can see that there's a lot of which one of these images am I going to use to block up? Okay, so I know that a lily is basically just, you know, a piece of, think of it as sort of stiff, like construction paper, right? You just roll one corner over the other, right? I wish that wouldn't come up, right? You know, this is basically just a cylinder with one side crossing over. But then you have all this stuff hanging off the backside, right? And then you have stuff hanging off the backside this way. So this isn't the best view to block up in, but this is a very good reference view. So we're not going to use this one to block up. Now this one's pretty good, right? But look at how much in the block up, there's all this stuff back out here, right? And so maybe not the best block up view. It gives us all our information, but maybe not the best block up view. This one gives me an overall perspective of the piece. I would argue the best, because I have, you know, my depth here, I have my width here, and I have a good sense of depth here. And stop. I'm not seeing my cone overlap, but I know that's happening. So I don't feel like that it's super important for me to have that in my block up. I think getting the best overall breakdown of what's there. Uh-oh. And Andrew, I'm not exactly sure what you're asking. Are you talking about this? Oops. Are you talking about this? Well, this is going to be here because it is, I don't have to save this subtool. I use quick save. I have quick save set to every 40 minutes, I think. Let's make sure. Damn it. I haven't saved this configuration with 40 minutes. So I quick save every 40 minutes when I'm teaching, because this machine loads up really fast. But normally I quick save every 30 minutes. You don't have to save a subtool because I'm just going to a different tool. See, this tool doesn't disappear if I select another tool. And that's also why I Boolean in folders, because every time you Boolean, you get new tools up here, and more tools you have, more confusing it is. Blah. We'll go to that when we get to Boolean. All right, so we need to determine a scale for our image, okay? And let's say this is going to be a brooch pin or a collar pin, right? A brooch, a pin, blah. And I want it to be roughly 70 millimeters. That's a pretty good size for, you know, a collar pin or a lapel pin. Goodness gracious. Sorry, it's early, guys. You gotta help me here. So I'm going to come into Draw. Draw is the palette that we bring reference images in. Now, we need to set up a grid because I want that grid to be a reference, a quick reference for scale. And that also, when you bring a reference image in, if you set the grid size, it will bring that image to be within the grid size, if that makes any sense. So I have a 70 millimeter pin that I want. So I want at least 20 mil on either side. So let's just say we're going to do a 110 millimeter grid, okay? So as we come in here, I want my grid sizes. See, there is grid size 3, tile size 7. So I'm going to make this 55. Oop, that is neither a 5 nor a 5. I'm going to make this 55. And I'm going to make the tile size fit. No. 55, press enter. 55, press enter. So what we have done, because when you assign a grid, it goes from the center out. So if you want a 40 millimeter grid, you type in 20. If you want a 110 millimeter grid, you type in 55, right? So you're giving it half. I just saw this. I was like, 39 again? What the hell? That wasn't it. So you give it 55 and 55, and where's our grid? Well, where to go? Well, if you notice right here, there's a floor button. I have the floor button up here. If you look up in that top corner, as I roll over my floor button, it highlights over there to the top right. So you have to turn the floor on and we get a grid. Now, how do we know this is the right size? Well, I know that that star is about 2 millimeters. You can also bring in 1 unit helper just to double check your grid, just to make sure. Turn Y off by hitting Y, and you can just grab this and roll in it. And yeah, that's a millimeter. Now, why I say you may want to, I know that the star is 2 mil, so that's just a really easy check. It's hitting 2, we know we're the right size. That's another reason I like the stars. But here is the thing about scale and using this. In the process, I have given you in our tools, right? I have jewelry tools, and then I have this ring by sizes, right? And these are rings by half size, the mandrel and the ring. These are taken from Ringmaster. Now, I've been trying to work with Joseph, and there's just something, I don't know exactly what he did to be able to get it to do some of the stone stuff, and the stones are in scale and blah, 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 blah. That's great if you're starting with Ringmaster. But if we now brought something in Ringmaster, these grids would no longer be 1 millimeter. Ringmaster does something, it basically takes you to his world scale, and it does something with the grids. I don't know what it is. There's something weird going on, and that's actually why I just made ones that we can just import in ZTLs instead of using Ringmaster, because Ringmaster can screw your world if you don't start with Ringmaster. So just remember, I would tend to use my tools ring sizes because there are certain things that'll screw your world scale. Sometimes if you import, I think OBJ, well, it doesn't really do it much anymore. OBJs used to really screw the internal scale of ZBrush, but now it pretty much doesn't. But double check anytime you're importing something from another program, double check. So here we are. We know we're going to bring in an image, and I'm like this, and because I want to see, I'm on front right here. I want to work front to back. I always want to work in relation to the world and in as close a scale as I can possibly get. Because once again, when you go to a rendering engine or you go to something else, it's just a lot easier to be working in the correct scale. It allows you to have a more realistic estimation of your mesh density and a bunch of other stuff. So try to work in scale as much as possible. And that's why we have this grid right now. You notice it's not going through the Z axis. Right here is Y, right here is X, and right here is Z. As you notice, the floor is touching the edges, right? The Z axis is touching the back of the object. The X axis is touching the tip of the object. So if you had 2 objects in here, let's go W, and let's just drag one out here. You will see that floor is sort of being a bounding box, right? It's touching the farthest extent of the model that you have. So your reference planes basically touch the edges. They're not at the outside edges of the box. But now, as you can see, we're going to look through here, and you can see that I'm going to turn off X because we do not need the X axis right now. And so you can see that star is 2 millimeters and we have a 110 millimeter grid. So I want to bring in our image. No. So because ZBrush names the tool the name of the top subtool. So if we have this, and this, let's go this, right? And I change this to ring, rename, ring size 8. But in our workings, while we're working on the ring or whatever, I move this down. This tool is going to be saved as Polymesh 3D2. So if you want to retain constant naming conventions for something that you're going to reuse and reuse, it's often easier to just make a block and name it and then have everything else below it. And that way, no matter what you do within the subtool, it retains the same name. And so that's just a way of being able to control the name. So you just throw something in there that is going to just be the name placeholder. So that's all those squares are. They're just name placeholders. So someone asked about their screen size not coming in as the same size. Like, let's say the blue is actually their active screen and the rest of this is dead space. Wow. So how you do that is you go into document. Sorry, I was supposed to answer this earlier, but I just want see WS, that's window size. So just create a new document. It's like your documents change, which like save changes, yes. No, no, sorry. No. And there we go. You can see that my active plane is as big as my window. Now you do have to push edit and re-pull because it takes you out, you have to re-pull the model. Sometimes it leaves a distorted model and you just hit Control N to get rid of that. So let's get back to our little group here. Well, we know that this is only 2 millimeter. Let's kind of pull this out. And I'm going to come into the draw folder. I'm going to choose front and back, right? I'm going to choose map 1 because that's front. And you see map 2 is back. So you can have different images front. So let's say you're doing a car and you have illustrations from the front, the side, the top, the bottom, the front, the back. You can assign different images to each axis and still see through the axis. So only until you look at the back does the image change. So I'm going to import and I'm going to go to week 2 reference and I'm going to import this reference. Boom. And as you can see, it brought the image in to the size of my space, but it's off center. And honestly, it's a little small, right? Because I said I wanted it to be 70. So we know that that's 110. So I wanted to come in. Well, actually, that might be pretty darn close. 10. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So it's 10 from that side and 13 from that side. Okay, so we want it to be just a wee bit smaller. Go into draw, and right here scale, and you can scale it to your grid. And you notice these grid lines, if I'm trying to use the grids right now, these grid lines are, and why I left 110 was because you want to be able to move it around and have a little bit of room on that grid. So go into draw, come down here, and you can see I can scale. I'm going to make it a little smaller, and then I'm going to get it center of the world. Ooh, ooh, ooh. So like, let's say that illustration was on an angle. Angle is rotation. Vertical offset. And horizontal offset. I just want to get this close to the center of the world. All right. We're going to call that close enough because, well, it doesn't matter. Now, if you cannot see your grid, right, this grid is really pale, and if you're trying to count it against this, what you can do is you go into draw, into modifiers, and there's frame opacity, and you can make it where while you're counting, your frame is really clear, and then you can kind of slide it back down while you're working. I don't tend to work with floors, but it's an easy way to kind of get it. And no, you cannot snap to grid. 1 millimeter. We created it 1 millimeter by coming into draw and making these two numbers the same. If these two numbers are the same, then your grid is 1 millimeter, as long as you haven't screwed your internal world geometry by using ringmaster or something else. So yeah, and you can make it 2 millimeters, let's say, by making, let's say, grid size 100 and tile size 50, right? You know, you can futz with it, but I find that 1 millimeter, you know, we live in a millimeter world, 1 millimeter is fine. Okay, so we got our image roughly center, right? We basically know what's going on. And so now I'm going to grab my square and I'm going to drag it down. Oh, it's because I have 13 of these things. Start with our 1 star. I'm going to turn that off right now. Drag it down here. Go to square. And I want this just to be 1 square. Grab W. Get it to be roughly the right size. And there we go. Now we're going to start our block up. Now I'm going to go to ZModeler. This is where we will turn polyframe on again. We have to go back to W, come back in here, go back to our polycube and get rid of that line because I want this to be 1 square. Just make sure it's just 1 cube. Hit W again, hit Q, and now I'm going to start. So I'm going to go to ZModeler. I'm going to drag the surface up. I don't want these to be 1 mil. I'm going to make this a little longer in 1 mil, and I'm going to slide that up later. And as you can see, I'm just going to do a bunch of tapping until I get to roughly where I think it's going to be. Now, you say, well, how do I know where it's roughly going to be? Because you have to, there's no way to tap that top surface as we're going along, right? You have to tilt it to tap it. So if you notice, I have my, see that blue line going back to the image? I touch this and you see the blue line going back to that image. That is where it is in the world. So if we go to this side, you can see that that's where it is touching that image. All right, so now I'm going to just kind of drag this up until I get to roughly that edge of that lip. Okay, so that's pretty close. There we are. We're real close, right? So we have our little thing. And now I'm going to start to draw this out a bit. I'm going to go to ZModeler, Infinite XYZ, make sure everybody's there. And so the easiest way to do this is I am going to go in past the line to look at it and then come back out to my edge, right? And that way I know where that edge is. Boom, 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 boom. And these are obviously becoming, you know, bigger than the average bear, bigger than the squares on the stem. That's okay. Now, because this is rolling over, I'm going to start to think about how I'm going to break this up right now. Here, let's get the rest of the stem in. Mm, 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 mm. And so I'm going to come in here, Alt, no, crease it. I'm like, what the hell? Let's change this back to insert. And so I'm going to get rid of some of these, right? I'm going to get rid of that. I'm going to hold down Alt and delete it. I'm going to come in here, delete that one. I'm going to come in here and delete that one. So that, as we divide up, you can see that what I've done is I've made it to where these aren't, all my geometry is not going to be in the stem. And so, as you can see, I'm not trying to get out to that point because you just have to figure out what is the best way to get the geometry where you want it. I know that that's going to be going around, so it's probably easier to do this. I know this is smaller, but you'll see why it won't matter in a second, because this is going to become a dimensional issue. So now I'm going to pull this up, and I'm going to kind of pull that there. I'm going to pull that in, and then we're going to and I'm going to show you two different ways to approach this specific form. And so I'm trying to get the shape. I'm like, okay, well, that's not, so we'll bring this, because I want to keep as much of this form as possible, right? So I'm going to put a little ding there. And I'm going to come out sort of to the edge here, right? So that's there. Let's give it another little notch there. And yes, we are making these smaller, but having extra geometry out here isn't a big deal because we are going to be sculpting out here, right? I'm just going to try to get the character of this shape in as few polygons as possible. Okay, so there we go. So now that's the outside lip. And I'm going to select these edges. Oops. And pull this out. And I'm going to run down, oops, I'm going to run down the center here because I know there's depth here. So actually, we want that one there too. And I'm going to kind of run down the center because I know that this is not just one plane, there's depth. So I'm already planning my step in, and you'll see what I mean by that in a second. Yeah. And as you can see, we all do the mistouchy thing. But all right, I'm going to go to there. I'm just giving myself a place to get a step of hollowness in there. And now I'm going to do the same thing. And I'm going to pull these down this way. That's becoming an edge. That's an edge. And then I'm going to grab these guys. All right. So we now roughly have our form, right? All right. So now, once again, kind of think about this in layers. So I'm going to select these guys. And I'm going to pull them out. I'm going to take these guys. I'm going to pull them out. So now I have a rough depth information. Actually, I'm going to grab these two and pull this out because that's a transition. And I want to drop these back and in. And now I have the depth. You see what I'm saying when I say I knew that I was going to have like some depth there. So this is the easiest way to get that kind of in, because I've created that place where that can tuck under by doing that step, if that makes any sense at all. And then we can kind of do that. And so now we sort of have the rough shape we need. Okay, I'm going to put one line in the middle here because I want to be able to divide that out. That went all the way through. So there we go. We have the rough block out. And now I'm just going to take move or move elastic, but move usually works the best here. And I'm going to just kind of find my folds, move it out. And you know, you can come back in and kind of get it back to your shape. These are going to do that. This is going to do that. And really at this point, I would probably do this. Get rid of my floor for a second. Come down. No, I'm not in Z model anymore. I'm going to take these guys. I'm going to pull these out to here. Then I'm going to take these guys, bring them back down this way. Bring them this way. And then maybe do that. Right? Because now the stem's sort of in the middle. We have this rough block out. We'll sculpt that transition in. I divide. And so now I can take move, kind of just flare this out how the other references are, you know, smooth that in and divide again. Where are we at? Let's actually get some geometry in this. And now I can take clay tubes. Low 49 is too strong. And turn this off and start to get my forms in. That'll be a rollover, right? So I'm just going to create the rollover there. That's the outside edge. Knock that back and in. That becomes that. That becomes that, you know.
Amos, at
Yeah.
this point, are you considering like, is the stem gonna break off when someone wears it or things like that?
No, nope, don't care. That's roughly about 1 millimeter. I'm, you know, at this point, not too worried about it. I mean, I'm going to be going over this and forming it, shaping it. Now, I want the lily to be the shape that I want it, and then I will start to consider some of the technical issues, right? And, you know, you have the stamen, so that comes back in. And you just now get your model kind of where you want it to be, right? Ta-da, you have a base lily. Okay, that's one way to go about this one. The other way I would consider going about this one is coming back to our star, Turn our floor back on. W, drag you down here. And that is make a cylinder. Rotate it up. Get our little groover on. And now I would probably do this. Keep that. Keep that down to 0. Come in here and ZModeler, insert one edge loop. And I'm going to insert it about there, right? I'm going to make this a little longer. And now I'm going to take this, Control W, Control W. So I've made that a different polygon. Da-da-da. It's a millimeter. What do you not understand about the squares being a millimeter? Each of these little squares is a millimeter as long as right here, these two numbers are the same. Then each square is a millimeter. Okay, so now what I'm going to do, I am going to go to ZModeler. And here, under my QMesh settings, I'm going to do polygroup all. I could do polygroup island, but since I changed the thing, well, let's just do polygroup island just in case. No, polygroup all, come on. I don't need you to explain all that. Polygroup all. So these are different polygroups, right? So now when I drag this out, it's going to grab the entire polygroup, but you can see that this is, right? And so now I'm just going to tap this up until we are up here. And now I am going to select the, oh, hold on, boop, polygroup, single poly. And as I touch this, it changes the polygroup, right? You can also do this by selecting all of these and tapping, boom. So now that's a separate polygroup. And QMesh. Now, to be fair, you probably wouldn't do this until you get a little higher, but it's okay because it can be filled in super easy. So now we're gonna boom, boom, boom. And now we start to get our, come on, what are you doing? You're just gonna be a pain in the butt. Is that what you're doing? Yeah. Okay, so now we roughly have this cylinder and it is in about the right height. So now I'm going to come right here and I'm going to hold down Control and Alt. Oh, no, hit Control twice. So if you go like this, hit Control and we're masking, right? Now, if you hit Alt while you have mask on, it'll only select what you've masked. So now I'm going to go W and I'm going to hit Pin. And it is going to go to the center of the unmasked area. I'm going to make this roughly the right size and kind of bend it out and kind of do that. Pin. Now, if you notice, I'm going from the center because I'm growing this in all directions, right? Because I want this to get roughly wider as it's going forward. Because if you just want to do it in one direction, right, you can see I just made that an oval, right? So this is all that's direction. And we're just going to get that roughly in the right place. Boop, pin. Mm. Pin. Kind of getting that in line with that top edge. And now these are just going to become open cones for the most part. I'm just trying to get this to be pin, get relatively to the right size. And here, oh, I did that in one direction. So I'm just going to get my silhouette right. Pin.
Tomas,
Yes.
so you're putting the gizmo on the center of the edge loop that you've selected?
Nope. Well, yes, it winds up doing that. But how I'm doing it is I'm going here. I'm going to mask it. I hold down Alt. And now I'm only selecting that line, right? And so when I push pin, it goes to the center of the world on that line. So when I go like this, it's going this, it's being directional, right? It's going from the center and everything's getting wider. Does that make sense? So it's a way for me
Yes.
to, yeah.
Okay.
And so
And
now I'm
it's
just
because you're using edges and not faces.
right. And so now you can see we have something that's roughly the right shape, right? So now I'm going to come in with my Z modeler. Boop. And I'm just going to knock away some of the, whoa. We have to go back to single poly. And now I'm just going to come in and not, oh, well, I didn't grab, where did we blow that? Hold on. Well, we're still hollow there, aren't we? Somewhere I lost my hollow. Give me a second here. Yeah, see, it's only right there. Okay, let's go back to here because somehow we're gonna all, okay, polygroup, boop.
Tomas,
Okay.
is there any way we can see the timer on the video so we can write a reference point to go back to?
I have no way of seeing it. I mean, write down 12:05, that's what time it is. I mean, if we started at 10, that'll give you an idea of how far it is. I haven't, there's no pin or tag or any way of doing any of that from here.
Thanks.
Sorry. And so let's try this again. No, I keep hitting polygroup, sorry. QMesh. Polygroup. There we go. Stop there. Now, why is that putting it back in there? All right. Well, okay. So remember how I did that every step? Well, here, I'm going to show you another way of doing this because of being a pain in my butt. And I don't feel like this is the other thing to wrap your head around in ZBrush. Sometimes it's doing something. There are 1,000 ways of, I understand that, but it should, oh, it changes it to that poly group when I touch it. Okay, whatever, still doesn't matter. Here's another, damn it. Here's another way of wrapping your head around this. So what's happening is that's the foundational poly group color. So when I touch this and do this, it changes it back to that poly group color. Well, it doesn't matter. So grab that, mask it. So I only want that edge, right? So I'm going to mask, hold, So it's the only thing selected. I'm going to grab Gizmo and I'm just going to drag this up here. I am going to take this. And so now we know that that is the parameter of what we're doing, right? So now we come back to ZModeler, insert edge, but I'm going to put multi-edge loops, not single, multi. I'm going to hold my down on the line. And as you can see, as I'm sliding that, you see how I'm getting multiple, I don't know what's mass, but we're getting multiple multiple edges in there. So now, see, boop, 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 boop. Now we just do the same thing. Control, Alt, boom, Gizmo, point, boom. What are you doing? Oh. Because I moved that inside edge is on the outside. We'll get around to that, don't worry. Boom, W, pin, here, where's my image? And just kind of get it down. Boom. Pin, edge, get it roughly where it is. Don't tell me that it put no subdivisions on the inside surface. One sec, I just want to flip this to look at it, see if it did something stupid. It did. It did it to the outside surface, but we did not do it to the inside surface, and that's why that's happening. Sorry. One more thing to wrap our head around. I divided this outside surface, right? But I did not do it to the inside surface, so we flip, and we just do the same thing in here. ZModeler, insert multi, and I'm just moving my brush up and down, and that's determining how many subdivision levels they are. See, the lines match up. All right, boom. Now I'm just going to flip this back. Control Alt, W, pin, drag, move. Control Alt, pin, yellow, scale, move. Right, and I'm just kind of, so I'm hitting over here, stroking, so I'm unselecting everything. Control Alt, pin, drag, move. Boom, 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 boom. More scale. I'm just going to twist that so I know that that's where that's happening. And now, boom, pin. See, we're off. Hold down Alt, hit the return orientation or reset orientation, so we're back to normal. Scale, slide, scale, pin, scale, move. And I'm going to rock this way. And then I'm going to take you. No. Move. Basically to there. That's close enough. So now we roughly have our shape, hue. And then go to ZModeler. Change it to QMesh single poly. And then when you drag it through once, all you have to do is tap the surfaces and it normally should drop back. Okay, push it through. And you can see how sometimes this does this weird thing where it gives you like a little frame. The easiest way to sort that out is just go in a different direction, right? Drag it till it's there, but when you drag past it, sometimes it's trying to punch to the other side and it's trying to commit. So make sure that as you're using it, you're just dragging it through. Dun, dun, dun. I kind of know that that's my outside edge. Whoa. Right. See what I mean? See how it didn't go all the tap there? It's because that square is deeper than this. So when I tap it, it's only going halfway through the square. So it's easier just to go back. And now once we've gone back, you can tap these. And you can see they're different sizes. So the tapping didn't really work. You want to try going that way then. So there's an extra edge on there somewhere. Watch, see how I'm having problems with this? Somewhere along the line, we tap that, because if I push divide, see how it has those extra faces? That's what I mean by sometimes it does weird stuff. So here, drag it in. Drag it in, damn it. There we go. Sometimes it really is just directionality. Oop. 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 The other thing is sometimes when we're dragging this in, it's dragging in flush. So it's looking for something else down here. Sometimes it's easier to go from the smaller to the larger. So if you're having problems, a lot of this stuff is just orientation to how the tool is thinking. So sometimes you just have to, if you're ever having an issue where it's like doing some weird crap like this, just go from a different direction, and often that solves the issue. And we're gonna kind of, right, that's roughly our form. Now, you know, I took this back. Now I know that I want to start getting this to be a cup shape. So I can pull this up and then just kind of drag this down. You can control where that outside edge is. And so I'm just going to go boop. And there we go. And so then you can divide this, dun, 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 and once again, start to move it around, right? So those are the two ways that you could easily block this out. What does that even mean, Randy? Okay. Nah, I'm not putting some big timer on my screen. Take a look at your watch, figure out what time it is. Come on now. Okay, so let's come back here real quick. You're talking about when I start. Let's get back down to here. So, yeah, get rid of that. So, and this is on any, you know, it doesn't matter if we have a cylinder or not. As I grab this and select this only, we're on the x-axis, but honestly, it doesn't matter what axis it is, because if you grab this center square, it is universal. It's going in all directions. So it's saying inflate, right? So I grab this, and as I move this around, it is, yes, being equal in all directions. Now, let's say I wanted this to be an oval. Well, I can do this, get it into position here, and then flip my axis of view and just grab the green block and move this around. So the block moves from the center of the tool, the arrow moves it in the world. So let's say we're here and I grab the block, you see how it's coming out this way? So you can really control how your shapes are going by the position of your gizmo. Now I push pin because I want this to be equal up the center, right? Alt, boop, pin, that sets it into the center. It's not actually going to the center of the line, it's going to the center of the unmasked selection. Does that make sense? hold on. What's going on, Lewis? What are we doing? Yes, you can scale independent. Yes, not for you to do, for me to do. Yes, this. Oh, yes, I'm explaining what you're doing. Oh, okay, sorry. So you have to remember that all of these functions function off the center of the gizmo, right? So here, it's because I centered it in the piece, by hitting that pin, it's doing everything in all directions. But now let's say another way of going about this would be coming here, dragging this edge to the edge of our illustration, right? You see what I'm doing? Hold on. Right, I'm grabbing this, going to the center of our illustration. We don't need symmetry turned on right now. And then I'm grabbing this, I'm gonna grab my gizmo. I'm gonna move my gizmo to that outside edge because I know that's the edge I'm altering from, right? Come out here and then drag out. So you can do it like that, right? Where you're going boom, and I'm gonna drag this over to the edge. I'm gonna do that. And so if you notice, I just did that in one axis, right? I grabbed the red block and I moved it out. Well, I can also grab from the yellow block, go out, and it is doing an even inflation. It's just inflating from the point that I stopped my gizmo at. Does this make sense? Does anyone have any questions about where we're at or what we've done up to this point? Now, in all honesty, I mean, you can do this, but do you see how much more geometry we have here? I would do it this way. I would have done it with the square, just come in, knocked it out, and then moved it out. I don't want to spend that much time in block up. I want to get out of block up as soon as I can because I want to sculpt my way out of problems. I don't want to sit there and futz with it in block up. And, you can take this and, then come back and kind of get sort of matched to your illustration so you know your spacing is right. And here's another thing, right? I'm going to do Control W at this point because I want this to be all one poly group. I agree. No, this first approach is how I would have done it. And this was super easy, right? I mean, let's go back. I mean, this is not rocket science block up. Hold on. Oh, no, that's not what I want to do. No, I can just grab that, move it. Sorry. Come on, get out there. Lower res. I mean, look at this block up. It has 242 polygons. That's nothing. And at this point, you're like, oh, well, I want an independent pestle, right? So you can smooth this out here, move it. You can do sort of your moving here. And because I haven't really sculpted much, I'm not going to cry because we can only work on this on so many different levels or on what I'm about. ZModeler only works on things that are one, it can't have subdivision levels. So I've come up here, right, and I've sort of explored it and I'm like, well, I want this pestle to be, I want it standing out. So instead of trying to sculpt it, I can come in here and we'll kind of get some more of this depth here. All right, actually so we're going to delete higher because there was nothing there. I mean, I just moved the model around a little. This was a weird pinch in my geometry that I didn't like. So I'm going to come back to ZModeler and I'm just going to drag this out. And now we have a little bit more geometry there. I'm going to just smooth that. Right, so I've now added a little bit more. Yes, there's a little bit more geometry there. I'm not going to stress about it because it's not too much more. And then I'm going to do this. Nope, I'm going to do this, punch it down a little. And you see that punch through, right? So I'm like, okay, so that's not where I want it. Hold on, Alt, change it back. I'm going to just punch this in a little. And then this is where I will use extrude. I'm going to smooth this out some. So, and now I want this just to come out, right? So if I do QMesh, see it's going to snap. Does that make sense? So I'm going to come here. I'm going to go to extrude. I'm going to grab this. I'm going to drag it out. And now I'm going to get the hell out of extrude. Go back to QMesh. I'm just going to grab this, mask it off, use my gizmo. Come on. Put it where I want it. And now what I would do, go to ZModeler and just give this one, nope, not that many. One, nope, not that many. Come on, boom, there we go. Just so it's roughly the same subdivisions, divide, 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 divide. So now I actually have a pit and a pistol, a pestle, pestle. And I'm just gonna divide this up to 4 million polys. You can see that I have 8 subdivision levels, and that gives me so much power to control how this thing works. I know right now we're not necessarily going to go into why that's a big deal, but trust me, it is. And you can see that very quickly we have something that is going to be sculptable very quick, right? So let's turn our floor off, because right now I don't care about my reference material too much. I want to make something that looks nice, right? I'm going to kind of shoot for a good form right here. So I'm going to go clay tubes. And I know that this is going to cut in front of that, right? And I know that this is going to come in here. So I'm going to just come in here and use move. Remember that you have a bunch of tools that are solving all your problems. So you don't have to, like, you know, it's just simple enough to turn this into a nice curve through move. Now I'm going to lower my res here, and I'm going to go all the way back down, because see how this stretched out? Well, what's that do? That gives me some crappy geometry in here, right? So I'm going to just kind of move this so they're all kind of equal. Just move it around, playing with that base geometry. I have some weird pinch in there. I don't know what I did, but it doesn't really matter. We're just going to drag this out. Once again, just try to get our geometry. Something's weird. I wonder what I did there. This should be really square, but somehow I missed something. Not gonna worry about it, because who cares? It's not something that's so bad that it's a problem. Normally I'm a little bit more careful where I don't wind up with that pinchy geometry stuff. Smoothing it down, just kind of pushing my base model around. So now the other thing I've noticed with my base model now is that, well, this was supposed to be a lip, right? But it's now just the edge of a cup. I'm going to delete higher resolution. I'm going to come here, and I'm just going to go ZModeler, grab these, boop, 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 and probably to there, drag this out. And now I'm just going to grab move these down, go move this out. So you don't have to always use the ZModeler tools. You have these wonderful sculpting tools. You can use those. I'm going to just drag that out. This is going to come down and be that rolled over edge. I'm going to knock this down so we do kind of get a rollover. And once again, I don't care about the shape specifically, because I can sculpt, you know, the real dimensionality into it. So, right, that's going to come back behind that, and that's going to come in front of it. So, right, it's kind of doing that, right? We have this weird little pinch geometry here because somewhere I was sloppy. But now, divide, 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 divide. And so now you can see that we quickly got that rollover. All I have to do, instead of trying to get the rollover in block or in your block up, no. Nah, freehand square, but boom, and now I just lay another layer there. And there we go. We now have, a surface that's kind of rolling under. And at some point that pinch may become a problem. Not worrying about it right now. And you can see that we get these weird pinchy stuff. That's just because these layers are there and I'm using backface masking, so it's not affecting the ones below it. Just lower 2 things, boom, smooth it, it'll go away. Bring it back up in resolution. And now I can be very nice, detailed, and edgy in here. Gonna fill that up because I'm just trying to get these surfaces to be nice and smooth. I want my curves and overhangs defined. This, like I said, whenever you get this kind of pinch, this only happens at higher resolution. And it's because there are weird intersections in here. And because of backface masking, you start to get these pinches. Because I have backface masking turned on, you can either turn it off and smooth it, or honestly, the easiest way, lower res, smooth. Because now you're relaxing the mesh back to where it wants to be. And like I said, I did that weird pinch. Somewhere in here I lost 2 poly, or I lost 2, these 2 should have been connected. And back here, I don't know what I did. I just threw something on the front probably. And so that's why we have that kind of weird geometry right there, but it doesn't matter because there's plenty here to sculpt through. It's not a problem. Right, let's turn the frame off so we're actually looking at what we have, not what the roll is. And you can see I'm never too worried about my surfaces here. I'm just trying to get material on where I want it because we can always go down. And usually I stroke the surface to the rhythm of the part, right? So this kind of is going back and out. So I'm trying to put that flow into the surface and it allows me to see what the surface is doing, right? These are those turtle compound curve changes. Usually it's going to have a bigger belly right before it goes. And you can see right now, I'm just trying to get my form. Now, this is where you can also use your reference images to try to figure out what that form is. Boom, 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 boom. And that's obviously this is too high, right? So we're just gonna grab move and drag it down. And then, you know, I don't have any implied depth here, so that looks a little beefy. So something in jewelry that's very important, it's pretty good to remember is this. So, you know, a lot of these things are supposed to be thin, right? You know, I mean, like this is supposed to be a thin surface. Okay, hold on, let's, yes, ZModeler only functions with no subdivision levels. And that's why I come up and I rough it out and I look at it and see if there need to be any, you know, kind of big changes there. And then I'll hop back into, into ZModeler, do it, because I know that when I start to subdivide, it's going to wind up roughly right back where it was. So I'm not too stressed about that at this early block up phase. Now, the other thing to look at here, right? So now, you know, I've moved stuff around. You can see I can kind of push this and try to find out where it's at. It's like, well, holy Hannah, you know, I moved this quite a bit. So where, you know, now when you're doing this moving, I would, and this is purely because you wind up with cleaner meshes, is lower your subdivision levels and do it here or like here, maybe here. Because as you move these things, you want these squares to stay relatively in the same, because if you just do, let me grab this and turn this down. If you do this while you're moving, well, hold on. If you do this while you're moving, right, you're only moving that outside edge. What have we done? We've just made these huge, so there's not as much sculpting material there. You want it to be pretty even, once again, unless you really know that you're going to have, let's say I know that I'm putting a name and a company logo right here. Well, there are ways that I can get extra geometry in here. You know, you can take, no, I don't care. No, you don't need to know that yet. No, I just need you to understand blocking. So you're like, well, how do I know where this curve is? Because they really want it to look like this lily. So here we go into draw. And right here, you see project on mesh. You drag this all the way to the right. And now it is literally projecting onto the mesh. So I know that I need to push this edge back to that point. I need to push that way. I need to bring this in and pull it up, right? And you can see your edges. So I'm going to push that edge up and pull it back down. This edge, whoa, it's in totally the wrong place. So we're going to push that in and just keep pushing until you stop. Now, this is where Move Elastic works better than Move. Let me show you this real quick. Move Elastic. Okay, so Move Elastic takes from the, here it's easier to do this. Well, actually, you know what? No, I have this new tool that I should be using. Okay, so we're going to leave that there and I'm going to tap draw. Okay, so move, we'll take it from the center point here and it's going to use your fall off, or they don't call it, I'm so used to Moto, your, what is it called? Focal shift. It's fall off. Okay, there we go. Let's go back to this. So move will try to affect what's inside your inner circle. And when you pull, it's going to try to pull this stuff from here. So it's a sharper, sort of more controlled move. Now, and so it's going to try to taper these back over here, but it's really going to just concentrate on what's inside this. Where move elastic is going to use this as your focal point to pull, but it's going to try to fade it all the way across the fall off. And then it's also then, instead of that being the edge of the brush, that becomes sort of the edge of the fall off, and you get nicer things. So it's meant for much bigger, smoother moves. So we're going to take move elastic as opposed to move. Boom. And as you can see, when I do this, see how it's pulling stuff from all the way back here? It's dragging the whole mesh up. So you're getting a more even mesh movement, where if we just grab move, you can see it's only affecting where the brush is touching. So if you're trying to keep your mesh more even, move elastic is a better tool to use. Now let's go back to our floor. And this is where it comes back down to push past and then bring it back in. Just kind of getting it there, great. Because we know that this is going to get a wee bit smaller as we divide, as those meshes relax, right? So I'm just going to a little to the outside edges. I'm pushing that lip up, getting that in, get that belly, get that lip. And so now, well, my pestil's in the wrong place, but there we go. Pistil there. Boo, boo, boo. It's a pistol, not a pestle. Right, okay, and so now I'll just push these back to be. And see how it's moving more? I'm just gonna make my brush smaller, so it'll kind of get what I want it to get. I'm gonna get that rough shape. You can kind of see how this keeps trying to smooth it. This is a point where I want a little bit more control over it, and I'm gonna do moves because I want those. Right? And so now, turn floor off, we're a little bit more accurate to what our original image is. I'm going to come back in here and smooth. Be careful, I'm just tapping it because it's very easy to just smooth the living bejeebus out of this. Smooth in here. And honestly, if I were doing this, I would come back in and fix this kind of weirdness. I don't know, when I joined something, I did something strange and it's just ugly. It bothers me. But once again, you don't have to. That's more of just a weird aesthetic thing on my part. All right, and so there you go. So we know that this is actually probably going to come all the way around to here if that's diving in like that. So now we just come back up, higher resolution, smooth. And now we just keep sculpting. All right. And now I would say that this is where I would say block up ends. Subdivide it, sculpt it into the rough shape, go back down, change your Z mesh to get where you need it to do, or Z modeler to where it needs to be. And then now we'll start to introduce, now we would go into kind of what I would say is block up sculpting, right? This is the block up form, and block up sculpting is now where we start to decide where this lip actually is, right? But I'm not worried about what it looks like. I'm worried about where it is and what it's doing, right? So I'd be like, okay, well, this probably comes like that. And I'm using no reference. I'm just, fuddling around here. Yeah, I would definitely change this geometry because that would make me nuts after a little bit. Once again, at this point, it's not really a problem. It's just annoying. So that probably comes like that. And I would end this kind of going out that way. So it's implying that it's opening, not following the same edge, but I'm not taking my tool and actually clarifying this insert yet, right? I don't care. I'm just trying to decide where my surfaces are going and why at this point, or where the detail of my surfaces are going and why. So, get it in. Here at this point is when, or for blockout sculpting, that's when I'm going to come in here and start to define where this lip is actually doing, right? So this is the second stage of the part. So does anyone have any questions about getting from your base geometry to my block up mode? ZRemesher could fix that weird spot, but my mesh is not unusable right now, so there's no point to shift, because I could, like, if let's say I need it to drag this out, right? Well, now this is useless and I need to ZRemesh. This isn't a problem. It's just annoying to me because it pinches because of how I have that set up. But this is not going to prevent me from getting this curve to be right. Okay, I mean, all I have to do is lower my res a couple stops, just go in, smooth this out. And you're going to do this a few times because, I really want to define where that edge is. So come in here and remember that people get locked into using one tool. Like, I'm not going to try to, like, if I have this edge and it's pretty close to where I want it, I'm just going to grab move and find the angle that I want it to be smooth at and go that way. Then I'm going to kind of come and look at it here, and I'm probably going to, you don't want to look at you don't want to be looking at polygroups there, because that's going to be disorienting, right? And so, is that coming in that far? Well, I don't know. Let's take this front face. This face is coming from back here. It's coming up and around. And this is actually a knife thin edge, but I want to think about it as a face. And what is it doing? Well, it could be rolling all the way back to here, right? How far is that rolling around? And then it comes up, rolls back out, and then it becomes this face, right? So this is what I mean by sculptural blockout, because now I'm just trying to get the subtleties of what's actually going on. Is that face, or does it never roll over there? So now it's this face, and we're not really getting a roll over here. We're just getting a twist. We're coming to here, right? Oops. And then we do get the roll out here, right? So, and then this would actually kind of roll out to be this front face over here. So this, and so this is what we're doing right now. I'm deciding on my reflective faces. And that's what I mean by sculptural blockout. What is actually happening? So if this is actually rolling all the way back to this edge, well, this isn't an edge, that's a roll, right? So now I have to come in here, and I'm just going to knock this lip off, because that's not an edge. That's rolling out to that edge, right? So, and this is what I mean by making some decisions here. What's happening to this surface, right? And you see that's sort of developing a nice little wave in here, right? So this is going to come, it'll probably go in a little, but then it'll bubble out here a little. So I'm deciding what my surfaces and reflective planes are doing at this point, right? And, is this outside the lip? So we actually have this rolling, right? This isn't coming in, this is actually rolling. and this is why I say, think of things in reflective surfaces and planes at this point. We're not really worried about the finesse of the surfaces. I'm not really worried about the actual shapes. We are still technically in block up. It's now we're making sculptural decisions within block up, if that makes any sense. I was told that I say, does that make any sense a lot? But it's funny because normally there's like a 15-second lag or something, and I sit here and I get really impatient waiting for responses, and I'm like, so does that make sense? So I apologize if I say so too much, and does that make any sense? All right, so let's stop here and let's go. Let's just make sure that there are no more block up questions, not sculptural block up, but block up questions. No, I do not use hotkeys to switch between brushes. I reach over to my palette and touch it because I have no damn clue. I'm not a hotkey user. I'm extremely dyslexic and I can't type. So me trying to look down at the keyboard and figure out what, yeah, no, never going to happen. Well, yeah, I Z remesh all the time. This just isn't a time for Z remeshing. I mean, my mesh is fine. I have my subdivision levels. There's no need to remesh this. I made a little weirdness right here, you know, but it's not weird enough for me to remesh it. It's not, it's perfectly fine for me to continue working there. Hold on, let me scroll up here and see if we have anything. Sadly, my brain is very expensive by the hour. I'd be happy to sell it to you by the hour. Well, actually, I have a day rate. I don't really do by the hour anymore. I can't make any money by the hour. Right, there you go. 2 pound universe, we can start there. Yay. Okay. Any questions about how we got to this point? I mean, we can go back. Do not hesitate. If you do not understand, tell me, because I need you to understand, you know what I mean? So, I mean, I have no problems going all the way back to block up. Yes, this is the homework. Now, also, you notice, like, there are undercuts and back cuts in here, and this is really fat. I mean, like, you know, how fat is this? What's our, I mean, you know, this is almost 30 millimeters off the chest. So this is not what the part would look like, right? So I was just blowing this out so you can understand that, you know, you can get the depth this way. And I would probably still sculpt it this way. And then I'm going to come back in and once it's done, I'll do this. And then that would be the end of my sculptural block up. I would then come back in and tune this to be a more dimensional object. This also has undercuts and stuff. We'll fix that later. Well, I wasn't moving. Can you see this? Am I moving again? I mean, I wasn't really moving it around much, so that could be it. Okay, well here. No, I won't do it by verbiage. I will actually show you. Let us go to star. Let us turn this into a cube. So once again, we go into Gizmo, we pick a cube. I tend to like to do all of my block up in cubes because, like Eric sort of said earlier, let's say I know that this is going to be a couple layers deep. I'm going to go 1, 2, 3. And now I know that I have, well, okay, 4 layers deep, whatever. I know that I have a base foundation for my block up. So I'm going to come into ZModeler. ZModeler brush did I choose ZModeler? Yeah. Why? Is Q1? Okay, that's that. That. Why am I not selecting faces? I don't know what that's about. Bizarro. I don't know what just happened there. That was strange. Update size ratios. Negative 24 gazillion. Okay, so let's do this. We're going to quick save really quickly because I don't know what just happened there. We are going to just go to, we're going to delete all. God only knows what happened. Let me just make sure that this is to scale frame. Okay, one sec. We're going to reboot ZBrush. Something just weird happened there. I seem to crash this new update. Okay. Oops. Quick saves. Excuse me. Let's go back to here. I don't know what that is. Update size ratio. That's right where it should be. Okay. So now go select our star. Sliders update size ratio 2 millimeters. Okay. That's right. We're going to go to Gizmo. Hit W. We come into Gizmo. Turn all off. All will get you in trouble. My ex called my 64-ounce thermo flask my man baby bottle. We're going to turn this into a cube. Boop. We are going to draw polyframe on. Now, I want this many subdivisions on the y-axis. I'm going to remove them from the x-axis. I'm going to remove them from the z-axis. So now we're going to go into ZModeler. There we go. So the things that we want to use, QMesh, right? QMesh. I tend to say stay on single poly, okay? And if you want to select, let's say we want to select these 3 layers, right? Hold down Alt, drag, drag, pull. And that is how we will pull those out. One of the things that you might run into is if you're being sloppy with your dragging and you kind of roll over an edge and you're not paying. Now I did it on this edge so you can see it. And you're like, well, what the hell's going on? You selected too many polygons. And that can happen if you roll, see how I pushed way far over there? We might, oh no, good. Sometimes you'll catch those, but if you're not careful, you can catch a polygon. And so if you come up with something weird, chances are you just grabbed a polygon on a different plane. So undo, Control W, drag, 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 pull out. And let's say I want these to drag, drag, drag. Here, I know what we'll do. We'll quickly do his spider. You're really gonna love this. And so we know that we want, subdivisions here. We're going to insert loop as the next tool that you're going to use, right? And then we're going to do our little legs. I know, I don't want to hear anything about this is the most ridiculous spider you've ever seen. So you can see Control Alt. After I drag Control, I push down Alt, and you see how it goes from gray to black, or white to gray, right? That is mask. So under the gray, it's mask. Under the gray white, it selects only what you have. So it's the alternate version of that. And I'm just going to squeeze this down. And so, this is in the center, right? I just changed the angle of those really quickly. And now I want you to, this is where we're going to be really careful, right? I'm going to go, oh, let's turn symmetry on, sorry. So when you have symmetry on, you'll need a center line. Oh, well, I removed my center line, right? Well, hold on, let's get rid of this. Because symmetry gets confused if there's no center line, because then there's no left side or right side. So symmetry won't work out here, right? So here is the next tool that you will use is insert edge, right? You go like this and you can try to find the center. Or you go into here. So this is insert mesh or insert line, what the hell is it called? Insert edge loop. And then if you hold down your menu bar, right? Multi-edge loops. Now, you can specify this as 1, and that'll split all of your blocks into centers, right? So if you want to find the way of getting to the center of a block, you do insert edge loop and then slide in 1. But I tend, because there's this interactive resolution, I like it better because I can hit it and it's still center, but then I can hit it and slide, and that allows me to have, divide that up at any time as much as I want. So we now have a center line. The next tool you're going to use, we're going to do QMesh and QMesh. But remember what happens here? Boom. Oh, crap. I can't pull that out. You go to extrude. Very carefully pull this one out. Very carefully pull this one out. Get the hell out of extrude. Get out of extrude, I'm going to go to move. Boop. But you see how move's only working on that axis? Sometimes move's a weird brush sometimes, so we're not going to go to move. I'm going to move this poly up and move that poly up. And that way we can select those faces. All right. So we're going to go straight back to QMesh because that's the tool we use. We're going to hold down Control, not FN. Mask that, W. We're going to move it so the surfaces are a little bit off. Move it so the surfaces are off. Sorry, you have to get it there so we don't select it all. Move that. Oops, see, it's still selected, so there we go. And now those are a little bit more open, so we can, oh, I didn't have symmetry turned on. It's okay. So we have this, and now I'm going to do, now that I know my symmetry's off, I'm not too stressed about it. I'm going to go back to ZModeler, and we're going to get our second little part of our leg out here. All right, so now you can see that I screwed my symmetry. We can just do mirror and weld symmetry X, boop. And now, because we have a perfect symmetry line or a center line, it just did that. So now we have, anytime your model, especially in block up, your model gets off center, mirror and weld will help. Here's a very valuable thing to understand. So let me get, stop that. You can see that it's very easy to see how I'm trying to get there and I'm touching that and you add lines. That happens all the time to everyone. So don't feel bad. That's why I suggest I'm trained, my subconscious knows when I touch a surface and it changes color, I catch it usually. So I'm not too worried about turning things off, but you can see that even I do that. So let's say you want this surface to be flat, right? Well, how do you do it? What's the easiest way to do it? Easiest way to deal with getting things to be flat or getting things all to be in line in block up is first we go and we make it the selection, right? Next, get Gizmo and hold down Alt. Well, you don't have to hold down Alt to go to center, but see how we're off center? And I know that I want all of this to come to this point. So I line my X-axis line up and my Y-axis line up to that line that I want. And now local symmetry needs to be turned on. Now, right now it wouldn't matter because this is in the center of the world, but the second I move out here, it matters. So just make sure local symmetry is on when you do this. And then you just drag this, hold the square, drag it down, hold the square, drag it down, hold the square, drag it down. And now everything's been pulled from up and down from that plane. This is where we're going to turn symmetry on because I want X symmetry. And this is where it matters as far as your local symmetry. I'm going to drag this, and I know that I want all these to be with that edge. So I'm just going to make sure the point of that green arrow is on this edge. Then I'm going to drag with the red, right? You can see that that has dragged our center line off. You go, oops, you come back here and you mask your center line. Because if that center line is not like molecularly correct, it will jump to one side or another. And so there you go. You've kind of made, so you need the front to be right. Select that, go to center, and I'm going to pick this front edge. So I'm just going to hold down Alt, drag my X-axis to the edge that I want everything to be on, and drag towards that edge. And so now you have square stuff. So that's an important thing to kind of wrap your head around. It'll be very useful at lots of times. So we've used QMesh. We've used extrude only in the way that you want to extrude. It's very bad. You don't want to. And now there are all kinds of other tools that you're going to wind up using, but those are the ones I want you to use. I want you to use QMesh, right? QMesh. And then move infinite XYZ. And you can see this is all moved. It's not centered anymore, right? And that's because these weren't perfectly symmetrical when I started. They moved off a little. And so these are those points where you're like, okay, well, where did I go off? Here, let's just mirror and weld. You can see we chose the wrong side. Do you see how that's bent? This happens in mirror and weld. Now, it used to be that you could hold down Alt and it would mirror in the other direction, but for some reason it does something really weird now, and that doesn't work anymore. So what you need to do, right? Do you understand what I'm saying? See how this one's more straight than that side? I mirror and weld it, and it usually goes from the right side of the screen to the left side of the screen. I do not know why, it's just what it does. So I'm like, well, crap, that's not what I wanted. So you undo it, and you just hit, I have mirror right here. You just hit mirror, boop, and now you mirror and weld, and you see it took the right side. That's still not perfectly symmetrical, I don't think, but damn closer. Does that make sense? Does anyone have any questions? Well, you assign, okay, so you assign an edge function, a point function, and a face function. I don't have to go to spacebar and change to my line function. I just have to touch a line. And then I don't have to change to go to my point function. I just go to my point. Right? Do you see what I'm saying? The only time you have to go to the spacebar is if you want to actually change the function for whatever it is, right? Slide, move, single polygon, multi-polygons, right? So in ZModeler, this is the action. Okay, so I'm going to QMesh, I'm going to scale, I'm going to spherize, I'm going to spin edges, blah, 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 blah. This is the target, right? So this is going to QMesh to a single polygon. This is going to QMesh to a polyloop. And this is where the orange line is the direction, right? So now I'm going to do that, and you see how it polylooped, right? So you have what it's going to do, what it's going to do to it, or what it's going to do, where it is going to do it, and how it is going to do it, and then, or this is where it's going to do it, and then this is the details and finesse of how it's going to do it. Why I say only use like the 3 or 4 things: inset, QMesh, slide, is because watch as I touch these different things. Look, all this stuff down here changes on every single one of these. You have different options. So each one of these tools has tons of crap that it can affect, and it's an incredibly powerful, incredibly deep tool if you're doing hard surface modeling. I don't want you to do that. I want you to concentrate on just getting your basic blocks. I'm going to show you how to bridge. So there are 2 ways of bridging, because you're not going to need bridge on this. We're still in polyloop. We're not going to bridge on this job per se, or on this homework, but you see how you can bridge by, see how I'm doing move infinite point. Oh, I don't. Infinite XYZ. And I'm going to try to get this face to face this face. So you can bridge with QMesh by pointing the faces at each other and then dragging, and it'll snap. Now you notice these were slightly off, so they snapped to different things. So QMesh isn't always the best way to do a bridge. So the next bridge we have is in the QMesh, or in the polygon menu. We have bridge. And so you have 2 different bridges. You have connected polys or 2 polys. So connected polys is these 2, and you can sort of assign it to do different things, but basically it's just filling in a wedge, right? You can see how it hopped over to this one, right? So I don't use that much. It definitely has its own purpose, but when we're thinking about bridges, I assume you're thinking 2 polygons. So now we go to 2 polygons, and it literally is just that. You see how it says bridge 2 polygons, first polygon? You tap the first polygon, and now you'll see it'll say second polygon, boom, and now you're bridging. Now, if you'll notice, this is not divided and it doesn't have curve effects, right? It's just a straight bridge. The other way to bridge is to go to delete. And I don't want you all to pay too much attention to this. I know that people are going to ask. So you knock a hole in it, and now you come to an edge and you go bridge, 2 holes, and then you can change sort of what it does, like circle, spine, arcs. Arc and line is a really good one. And what you do is I want this edge and this edge to bridge the 2 holes. And now, as you can see, as I'm moving sideways, it's changing sort of the angle. As I change up and down, it's changing how many divisions there are. And you can see you can get it to do cool things, right? I don't want you to use this yet. I'm just throwing that out there for you because I know someone's going, how do I bridge? Well, that's how you bridge. You don't need to bridge for a tulip. But yeah, there. All right. Yeah. ZModeler, I have seen people do some amazing things with ZModeler. I don't want you to do amazing things with ZModeler. I want you to make the smallest model you possibly can, and then you are going to sculpt your detail in. You're not going to do it here in ZModeler, because when you start to try to get a detailed model in ZModeler, you lose control over your geometry in a lot of ways, right? So from here we divide, and look, it's a jumping spider. All right, that's funny. I'm sorry. See, you could have done it so much quicker. Now you can pose a little in there, but once again, I really suggest you do everything symmetrically to begin with. And because we're keeping our subdivision levels, right here, I'm going to show you why we keep our subdivision levels. Because let's face it, it's a lot easier to get more stuff done in symmetry. Let's hide this real quick. Clay tubes, turn that on. Right, we spent all our time and we're putting all this really lovely detail in it. Ooh, and we have hair. We have a little spider leg hair, and it has little joints. Little spider leg hair. Woo, hair. And then we have eyes. Boop, boop. It has a little nose. No, I know. Now I'm just trying to get lines on this thing. That's why I'm doing this. So right. And so we have, where's rake? We put detail on this stuff. We have all these little lines. Yeah, look at all the detail. Oh, detail. So much detail. Look at how much time I've spent putting in detail. I've spent all this work getting all these little lines on things. And because we're in symmetry, this goes a lot quicker. So now, I seriously don't want to hear a single comment about this. So now, why we keep our subdivision levels is we go lower res, and I can now take these. Oh, Siri is listening to me and making comments. I don't know what I said. We can move them. No, I didn't get everyone. Sorry. We can move these down. And now we can kind of come in here and get them roughly posed. Right? And now we can come in here and we're going to turn symmetry off. And I know they don't really bend in the torso much, but I'm still doing it. And this leg's going to reach out a little more. Reach forward, you know. So now we're posing our guy, right? I know. I don't want to hear. And we decide he's a little pokier butt. We want his frame to change a little. So we've moved this and changed this down, right? But we just spent all that work getting everything right. And so now watch, we come up our higher resolution and look, all our details still there and it's roughly in the right place and it hasn't distorted. And we've now posed our model. If you Dynamesh, you can't do that. That is why you keep your subdivision levels. That is why I want the smallest model as possible, because what subdivision levels do, it's really quite interesting. And it's counterintuitive. I don't know how they do it. It's pretty cool. And so what it does is if you move a big square as you go back up your subdivision levels, it reprojects the detail to the next subdivision level, right? And that keeps it from getting all distorted as long as you are keeping these roughly the same scale as they were before, right? And like when you're doing big turns, like let's say you're posing a snake or something, of course you're going to get a little distortion because the squares are changing pretty dramatically, right? But it's still there, and all you have to do is come back in and touch it up a touch and you're killing it. But you can see that no matter, as long as I'm keeping this stuff roughly the same scale and I'm keeping my squares roughly the same as they were before, I can come in and, you know, I can really tune the form of this, you know. And if you're trying to do this with just the detail on and you're just trying to do this with move at the higher subdivision level, you're going to wind up with crap geometry. And, you know, because you know what's going on up there, right? And so now, here we go, higher res, higher res, higher res, higher res. And look, our details there, right? So that's why I really want you to wrap your head around getting the most fundamental base geometry you can get. Because now you can take this, move it around, you know, you can, with symmetry, which is fast, right? You know, obviously you're only sculpting 1/2 of it. If it's a ring, you're sculpting, you know, 1/4 of it because you can do XY symmetry and or XZ symmetry. And if it's like a pendant that's, you know, symmetrical top, bottom, front, and back, you're only sculpting 1/4 of that, and you've now finished the entire part. Or actually, it's 1/8 of it, right? Because then front and back. And so you're only sculpting 1/8 of it, and you're getting a finished part. So I know I love when I demo and things look like, you know, third grader did it. But does anyone have any questions about like subdivision levels, block up, Z modeler? Do we have any questions about where we're at or what's happened.
Can I just ask one quick question, because I saw this was done on the crit the other day. He had pulled this out of the ring originally, and you had suggested making it a separate tool,
Right.
or I would say part. How would you actually now incorporate this into another tool? Do you bring it into the same?
Well, so at this point here, I'm just going to append a star. Well, actually, let's actually do it. Sorry, I was just going to show you a cheesy way, but let's say you want a size 8 ring, right? We come into tool, we go into the jewelry resources I gave you, we go ring by size, and 8, I believe, is right over here, size 8. Boop, boop. We have our ring, we have our spider. I would go to the spider, append the ring into the spider. Why? Because I want this to be a clean part. Boom. There's our ring. Come to the ring, W, make it whatever size you want. I have this set up to be pretty standard. I think this is 2 mil, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I have 2 millimeter wall thicknesses. And then, you can change it here. Let's say you want sliders to subtool. That's 3.5 mil wide. Let's say you want a 4 millimeter wide ring. Hold on. Sliders to subtool. Turn the lock ratio off. Come down here. Push 4. Push enter. Resize subtool. Boom. Now that's 4 millimeters by 2 millimeters. Excuse me.
My question was actually even more basic than that. How did you get them into the same subtool menu there on the left?
Here, append or insert.
Okay.
Append just brings the model to the bottom, right? And insert does exactly that. It inserts it in between wherever you had your model. Does that make sense? So append just drops it to the bottom, insert brings it in. I tend to use append because unless I want something to be in a specific like folder or group for a specific reason, which there are reasons, but append drops it to the bottom. And remember how I mentioned earlier that I tend to like all of my active tools at the bottom because it's just the natural flow of the work. Choking up.
I think it was just a basic workflow that I must have just missed how it actually functions. So the subtool menu on the left, you choose from the tools under that tool palette above it, and then choose either insert.
Yes, exactly. Or, I would append the star in here and I would just start working on it there. But if you have a bunch of, it's far easier to keep track of your projects if you're building them in subtools, right? So I don't like to have 100 different tools because it gets confusing and which one is your base tool, which one's your base model, blah, 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 blah. You can't make folders in the tool menu up here, right? But down here, I can say, okay, these two things are my base part, right? So I'm going to go new folder, and I'm going to go base parts, enter, and I'm going to drag these two things in there. So now I know I can hide it. Like this could be 15 parts, and I can close the folder, right? And within folders, I can do all kinds of things like Boolean and join and copy. And, there's lots of things you can do with folders. And let me tell you, use your folders. We fought for 13 years to get folders into this. I got yelled at by Paul when I mentioned that when he was like, you're bitching about folders? I know, it happens. So use your folders. So instead of doing a bunch of stuff out here, it's a lot easier to organize. So now let's bring this in here and append. And we're going to bring this in here and append. So now I can do new folder, organic shapes. Drag this in. The other nice thing that you could not do in past versions of ZBrush is now I can move things around in order over here, right? So I can bring that there. I can bring this up. I can drop it into a folder. You used to have to use these arrows right here to get it to move up and down. So now we have the beautiful ability to drag in our folders, which means it's easy to organize. And that's why I like to say work last, because I tend to work down and then older parts put in folders and then just keep working down, creating folders, sliding around. So get everything into one tool. Usually it's much easier to deal with as subtools with folders. So if I
And
were
I assume
using,
there's a way to change the visibility of what you're looking at from that subtool menu.
one more time, I'm sorry.
So you have these folders now, but you have all of the parts now visible on the screen. I'm assuming you can turn off their visibility.
Yep, see the little eyeballs? Boop,
Okay.
boop, boop. You always see the tool that you have selected, right? But
Right.
why isn't that green? Oh no, yeah, that's supposed to be green. Oh, because it was a folder. So that's the subtool that's active, right? But when you're in a folder, right, it's only visible. Now, if you turn on transparency, you can turn on eyeballs and see different layers, right? So you have control over what, so transparency, the only layer that is blue is the one that is active because I have ghost turned on. And now this is ghost turned off, so you can see through it, but it's still blue.
Where is that?
Right here. See the white thing flashing right now? So
Oh, okay.
frame, polyfill, draw, or transparent. I can't believe I said draw. Transparency, and then this is ghost transparency. And I use ghost transparency the most because with ghost, that subtool is not, it's ghosted. It doesn't exist in the world. Here, hold on. Let me see if I can show you an easy way of doing this. Star W. Let's get a cube. Let's duplicate that. Okay, why are those so small? What is that even about? Okay. Oh.
It's just not having used the program before. I don't understand the workflow. So I think this was this helped.
You understand the workflow now?
Yeah,
Or you
because I
don't?
had no idea what we were looking at on the left there.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. So there's some very basics. Did you go through Ryan's basic video?
I went through the seven ones. I went through, but somehow I don't recall seeing how the
Okay.
layers of the subtool worked.
Okay. Sorry, one sec. I just saw 10 things at once and I'm all confused. Damn it. I have things turned on and off. R. Sliders subtool, turn that on, turn this to 10. Sorry, I just have to finish one thought or I'll never get it done. Let's delete that because it's like 0.5 millimeter. Okay, so now we have that. Trevor, the homework is it class is over? Okay. Homework is download any one of those pictures of the lily and sculpt a lily, using the floor, importing the image through draw, right? Here, front, back, up and down. Setting a scale, a grid size, okay? So come in, set a grid size. You don't have to make it 70 millimeters. It can be whatever you want it to be. You know, don't make it 2 millimeters. Make it between 20 and 80 millimeters, whatever. You know, make it a real size. Set up your grid and then import the image, block up to the image, and then sculpt it as far as you can. Now, I don't want any Dynameshes. I want this to be a quad mesh that starts out low. I want you to have a bunch of subdivision levels. Okay, does that make sense? And we'll repeat this. He just wanted me to say that in case people went away. So let me do a real quick thing here. Turn floor off. Let's divide this a little. Maybe a couple more. And then let's duplicate this. And let's rotate it. All right. So now watch this not work. I'll just pee myself laughing. There are lots of things that I have as principles because I made this decision in R3, and sometimes they change things on me and they don't work anymore. But I can only imagine this still works because it's still a selection. I'm going to use the planer tool real quick. Okay. So let's say I'm working and I'm really happy with all of this, but I want this to be the exact same plane as this. Well, as you'll notice, when I have ghost on, I come right here and look, it doesn't recognize, it's just going along that plane. See how it's not recognizing the ghosted image? I'm going to that plane, I'm going to that plane, I'm going to that plane, I'm going to that plane. Well, if you turn ghost off, you can see the other plane, right? You know, it's there, it's see-through, but watch, it recognize, motherfucker. Is it not recognizing? Yeah, okay. You have to take it off because it's going to select the natural plane first. But if you rock this off, see how it's going to align to that plane? It's not aligning. Why are you not doing that? So see, if it's not hidden, right, you can, if you don't have your transparency on, you can then do that. And now you have that matching. But normally, oh my God, this is always so embarrassing when things don't work anymore. Normally you turn transparency on, turn ghost off, and it should, that is so funny that it won't do that. So normally, or what it used to do is that you could still interact with the semi-translucent plane so you could see what's going on. But yeah, they changed it. I don't know what's happened there. Okay, so never mind. Always leave ghost on because there's no point to have ghost off now. So if you want to do this, you turn transparency off, and now you can do it just here. But you used to be able to do it by turning ghost off, and then it was physical. I don't know. That's really annoying. I might have to ask Ryan or Paul or Joseph or someone about that, because that used to be a nice feature. Now I don't know what the point of having ghost and non-ghost on. Eric, do you have any idea why that wouldn't work? Oh yeah. No. I know. I just told everyone to make something. You weren't expected to follow my workflow at that point. But I'm glad you did that because it showed that to get those two spiders there, you needed a 33 million poly subtool, right? Where you could probably sculpt the spider as it was. I mean, what was it? It was like under 3 million, wasn't it? Where you can get that spider up to 6 to 10 million and decimate it, mirror it, and you have all of your detail, you can have something that's like 1 million polygons, have all of your exquisite detail, and then union mesh it in. Yeah, I know. Sometimes, well, often the change happens and they don't even notice the change happened because, let's face it, I very rarely take ghost off. Like I said, if there was something that was really sneaky and I wanted like a corner or something in, I would take it and put it there and use it as a guide plane, but that was very rare. So yeah, sorry, I just showed you something that was useless. I'm just throwing a lot of chatter into that bandwidth that you don't have. Okay, so I am assuming, what time does class end? I don't even know. What time is class supposed to end? Because if class is supposed to end right about now, okay, so this is the end of class. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to, well, before I do this, does anyone have any questions about homework? Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to push stop recording, and then I'm going to start recording again, and then we'll record the question and answer, hopefully as a separate recording. We're going to give that a shot this week. Keeping our fingers crossed. You know, I'm not, yeah. Okay, so does anyone have any questions about the assignment? I want you to use draw menu. You have to turn on the floor to make it work, right? Let's frame. No, not frame the ball, damn it. Let's go back to our lily. Let's frame it. Okay, there we go. So you need to import an image. You need to set your grid scale. Your grid scale is within draw right here, and you can make it any size you want. Just remember that the size of the grid size and the tiles have to be the same number for it to be a millimeter, okay? Choose the size you want your part, make it the grid size roughly half that. You may want to leave a little on each side so because you can see this isn't perfect, but you can zoom and stuff after that, so it doesn't really matter. If you want to know that you're within your 70 millimeters, make each side 35, and then you can scale the drawing once again. You scale the drawing down here. Once you go front back, you're going to use front, so that's the first square, map, excuse me, map 1. And then you can, like if you wanted it to be the other direction, you can flip it. Don't worry about that stuff. You set your scale, you set the position, and then you do your block up. Start with a square, try to keep it even. I showed you how to think about layers just by steps, right, in the grid. Subdivide, get your rough forms, get everything where you want it to be, and then start to sculpt. Well, whatever your machine can handle. I want you guys basically starting to sculpt in the 1 to 5 million poly range. And that normally, I mean, this was a super low poly. If you can keep that base model under, I think it's 730 polys, I can't remember. Just think, at quad, so multiply it times 4 repeatedly, exponentially. I want you to start to work in the 1 to 5 million poly range, depending on what your machine can handle. Because if you're at that 1 million poly range and you can get up to that 4 to 6 million poly range, I'd prefer you start there. But 1 to 6 million polys, get into that range. And then, go to it. I would say that, if you want to do some big smoothing and some big moves, drop it down. If you need to go back and readjust your base mesh, drop all the way down. Get your base mesh and your geometry sorted, because you can drop down, delete higher, fix your base mesh in ZModeler, and then subdivide up, right? So, but it's important that you have the high level geometry as well as the low, because the problem is this, is even at my sculptural block up phase, I want to define, I don't want to wait till the end of my process to define, you know, these curves, because these curves are super important in the flavor of the piece, right? So I want you to have enough geometry where you can decide on, you know, the subtle surface transitions, which you wouldn't be able to do if you were at a lower poly. So it's important to be able to go here, and like if you had that weird pinching, just work over it until it's ugly, and then lower resolution a couple times and hit smooth and smooth it out, then come back up. And you can see that I'm throwing all this mesh and muck in here, right? All these lines. It's just super easy to lower my resolution, get my smooth out, come in, relax this base mesh. And I know that some of you have tried to smooth your models and you're like, I can't get those lumps out. How do I get my lumps out? Well, you get your lumps out by relaxing your base mesh, right? Higher res. Once again, do this for each step as you go up, because it's still going to try to reproject what it remembers that geometry being. Higher res. Higher res. And now, you know, you have a much smoother mesh. And so a lot of people will be like, well, see, these lumps are the things that are very hard to get out nicely. We just lower down a little more and you just relax this mesh to be smoother, right? And you can see as we come back up, those lumps aren't there. And so you have to think about smoothing with subdivision levels as really a process of relaxing the base mesh at whatever depth you need it to relax to, and then reprojecting as you go back up. So it's really relaxing the substructure of your form, and then, you know, as you come up, you're deciding a little bit more what you want and what you don't want.
Can I ask a question about that just quickly? So when you're choosing higher res and lower res, you can only go as high as how many times you've subdivided the model.
Correct. I mean, to get more, you just hit divide again. And that tells you what I might do. I guess I can do a new user interface. And here, what I could probably do, preferences, config, enable customize. Let's drag this out. And we can put it right here. And that way you know how many subdivision levels there are. Does that make sense?
So once you're back up to 8, then hitting higher res, you just can't go any higher, obviously.
Right. Well, you can by pushing divide.
By dividing. Right. So going back, there was one point where you had said, you know, you can get to a point where you're blocking out and then you want to get out of ZModeler and not go back to it. But is that just because for the function of the design, or can you actually go back to it if you wanted to mess with it a little bit more at the lowest base level possible?
Well, okay. So let's say, yes, but here I'll show you it. That becomes a reprojection issue, okay? Because let's say we're here, we've got all this sculpted, and I cannot get rid of that pinch because it was just a stupid base model, right? So what I would do is I would duplicate this, because you got to remember ZModeler only works on a model that has, there are no subdivisions, right? So come here, lower my model, hide that. Come here, lower the model. Let's turn it on here, delete higher. And this is the area that I screwed up, right? This is crap geometry in here. So I want to simplify this. So I got to wrap my head around how to do it. Well, there really is no easy way to do it at this point. Let's smooth this out and see what we have here. So feasibly, we can combine just those three, right? Where's that fourth point? Something's going on here. So let me go to ZModeler because I've deleted higher, right? Let's get rid of this polygon right now. Oh, I'm on delete. QMesh. Let's get rid of this guy. Let us, I am going to just delete these. Now, once again, you don't need to know all of these. I'm just going to show you sort of what so I delete all these, right? Because this is all garbage. And I think I have 3 on 3, I do. So I'm going to come back here to edge. I'm going to bridge edges. I'm going to tap this, tap that. There's one bridge. I'm going to tap this. I'm going to tap that. That's another. I'm going to tap that. I'm going to tap that. And now I have this point as my transition area. That's the problem. So honestly, I'm just going to smooth that back. And now this is a much cleaner edge, right? I don't have all that garbage in there. You see what I'm saying? Does that make sense that this is a cleaner edge, everyone? So now I divide because we don't have subdivision levels anymore, right? So I'm just going to divide this all the way back up to where we were. And now I'm going to lower this back down into that 200,000 to 400,000 poly model range. I'm going to come here. I'm going to turn off floor so it's not in our way. I'm going to turn on transparency. And you can see, I know that these aren't going to match up really well right now because I just dramatically changed that geometry, right? So here, before I project, I'm going to just try to get this surface sort of out where it wants to be for the projection. All right. And you can see I'm not being too careful. I'm just trying to get the surfaces close. And I'm just going to tap these out a little just so it's not a stretch. Boop. Right. And so actually I want this to come out that way a little.
So you have to delete the subdivision layers in order to work on the duplicate of it back in ZModeler?
If ZModeler will only work on models with no subdivision levels. So you cannot have subdivision levels and work on ZModeler. So, and all of the distortion and twisting tools and all of that, those all, you cannot have any subdivision levels, but we would do it in the opposite direction if we were doing that. We would keep the subdivision levels, or we would keep the higher level and then delete the lower, then reproject to the one with subdivision level so we could do the changes. So we have that, right? Okay, so now we project. Dump. We have a couple of places that we didn't get. So turn that off and look and make sure there aren't any weird geometry places. Whenever you get these little pits, that just means that it wasn't within the projection range. just smooth it out. And on an edge, I tend to use cloth just to get that out, but you can use clay tubes, whatever, just get it out, smooth it out. Here's that other little dent, just fill it in, smooth this crap out, you know that's, and are there any other places where it's obviously, yeah, see like this lip. This is where you'll get it on these edges where they're just not within the projection range. Do not kick up your projection distance. It has lots of troubles. I think I showed you that the other day a little. And then fill it, go here. You could project history, so you don't have to keep going back to this, but this was just the easy and where we are. Project, boop, right? Once again, just double check that there's nothing weird going on points and edges, because you can see that we actually have kind of a weird little thing going on here. Just lower your res, try to smooth it out.
What determines which way the projection goes? Does it have to do with the hierarchical levels of the subtool?
The projection will always go to if you are projectiling, okay, it will go to any subtool that is visible. So if you have multiple subtools visible, it's going to try to project to everything. So this is our tool. The visible subtool is what it will then try to project to. But let's duplicate this. But let's say you have this in here, right? And they're both visible. And you hit, let me lower the resolution so it's a faster projection. Project all. And now you see you get it to where it's trying to project to this projection too, right? So if you're doing project all, you only want the one subtool visible, okay? And that's, well, unless you want it to project to multiple things, but trust me, 99% of the time you don't. Now, this is also why I tend to want to use project history, but you know, this wasn't really, the whole course today wasn't, or the class wasn't really doing that. So, but to show you, let's ditch this. Delete, okay. Under normal circumstances, I'm going to go here and I'm going to come up to this little orange block up here and I'm going to hold down Control and I'm going to tap it. So this is now my history state, okay? So there are all kinds of brushes that will refer back to the history state. And what's nice about this is now I'm going down here. This doesn't have to be turned on. I'm looking at my model. I'm okay where it is. And let's say there's some, let me get some holes in this here real quick. Hold on, that's, right. So now I know the surface isn't going to match up, right? So I'm like, okay, well, I need this to match up. I'm doing this in lower resolution so you don't have to sit here and wait for it to actually process. Well, let's go up higher. Oh, that was really low. That's fine. So, you know, I have all this. I'm like, oh, crap. I don't want that. Well, I know that this one doesn't have that, right? And so I'm going to go here. That was my history state. I'm going to do project history. And as you notice, I don't have to have any other subtool selected. It is referring to that history state as its constant reference, and it will do the same thing. Just give it a second. Yes, project will project to any visible subtool. History will only project to the history state no matter what you have showing, including nothing, as you can see here. Yeah, okay, so we're back here. Well, here, let's do it here. I'll show you quickly, I'll show you another way we use history states that I love. This is kind of a teaser. I put this texture down. Sorry. This is, right, this is your undo history bar. Every one of your undo histories is up here as a little square, right? You can see it says undo history 210 out of 210. So I hold down Control and I tap it and see how there's a white square in there now? That is my history state. So here's another way that we can use history state that I love a lot. So I've added this texture, but I really want a good clean line. We turn on our history recall brush, and I can come back here and just work that back to where I want it. And this is really great when you're trying to get things to pass over and under, and you want a good clean reference point. Sexy, by the way. So there are lots of things that you can do with history state. The other thing is let's say you're here and you're like, let's say you're working on this, and then all of a sudden you rotate your brush around and you have no idea where this came from, and you're like, what the hell? I don't want these lumps and stuff in here. Well, you can just go back in your history until you find where it wasn't. Hold down Control, hit that, and now come all the way back here, and we can take our history brush, and it'll go back to whatever that state was. Now, as you'll notice, as I'm coming up on these edges, roll your brush, because history is a projection tool, and see how really close, see how I'm going along that edge? Look what it's done. It's pulled all this back up and in. So you need to be very careful about edges in history brush. Turn on backface masking, and then you can get this in here. But even here, let me roll right on that edge. You see how it's still pulling up the edge? So you just have to be really careful when you start to get towards edges, or let me do a real, is there a place on here that, I think it'll probably do it just right here. So I'm like this, and I'm going right along that edge, but it should pull, no, because that was its native geometry. Basically what you get is it just drags all of this up. If you're behind, like you're looking like this and you're doing this edge, right? And so you can see that I've kind of knocked that down, but look what happened. It pulled all of this geometry up behind it. Come on, right? So instead of doing that, you do this, and then what I tend to do is just smooth, history brush, smooth, history brush. And honestly, on this, I'd actually come back down here because that was a big thing, right? And so now we've relaxed our mesh, higher res, and then history brush will take us right back to where we were. Does that make sense? So that's why I tend to like history and history states, because it allows us to really determine where we're projecting to and from. It's really quite sexy. No, there is only one history state. And like I said, that history state is referential with a number of tools. So you're like, oh, well, I'm not using my history brush. And then you try to use your projection brush, and your projection brush will go to, so like if you have, let's say, a face, one of my streams, I did this. I had like a face on one thing, and then I shifted to this other history state tool. And all of a sudden in my Lily, I got this face. So it's no big deal, just undo, change your history state. But if you're winding up with something super weird, history state is usually what's causing it. Like when you make extractor brushes, I always start with a star, you have to make sure that you go to the place that is your base smooth mesh. Otherwise, it'll go all the way to the star and it'll put a star in your extractor brush. You probably don't know what I'm talking about right now, but you'll see it in a bit. So yeah, needless to say, history can cause you grief if you're not paying attention. Okay, are there any other questions about homework or this? We're still going to do Q&A. We're going to take a break. I'm going to pee. We're going to take, but I want to stop the recording and restart it. So any questions about class or homework at this point? If you don't know how to load the image, if you don't, ask me whatever you need right now for class or homework. How do you import the drawing on the grid? Okay, so how we do it is we go under draw, we come down here, and you notice, well here, let me turn, draw, and you notice I touch front and back, and I can't touch these things. Why all this is grayed out is because floor is not turned on. I have floor up here, but within draw, floor is right here because it needs to be turned on because you have to have a plane to, to project it to. So now you come down here, you click on the image, and map 1 is front, map 2 is back view. Click on that. You come down here to import. And I had these in class asset, no, different class assets. Week 2 reference, there we go. And so I'm going to change it to this image. So I'm going to select that, boop. And now you can see it's in the background, right? And then here under draw, you can change the scale, position, all of that. So that's there. Saving history state again. I think we went over that. So anyone have any questions about classwork or homework before we go into just the big Q&A session? Because I want to do that separately so we can stop with homework. And then if people want to view the Q&A, we can go there because Q&A can last a little bit of time too.
Where do we find the class assets?
In the class assets folder where you got all your other class assets.
And we get to that from the class page?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Yep,
thanks.
exactly. That's out of Vector School page thing. All right, Trevor, have a great one. Okay, so there are no more questions about class or homework. I'm going to give you just a few more seconds here. If no one has it, I'm going to stop the recording. I'm going to run to the restroom, and then we'll start the recording and do the Q&A. How's that sound? Everybody okay with that? Okay. All right, I am stopping the recording. No, I'm not. I can pause the recording, but I don't think that. No, okay. So guys, no, I don't think that works. I'll push pause. So maybe there's a space in between this.
This conference will now be recorded.
All right, so now we are into our question and answer session. If there is anything anybody wants to know, yes, union, remesh by union here. Retain, basically all you're doing, it's a Boolean union, right? So you are joining the two geometries. So if you have one that's 50 polygons and one that's 2 million polygons, you remesh by union. and they will retain their polygon count. So it's not like Dynamesh where it homogenizes your mesh count. And so that's really beneficial because think about, let's take the spider ring, for example, right? Let's say your base band had, let's say you wanted a clean band with 2 spiders on it, right? You can have your band at, whatever, 5,000 polys, so it's smooth. And then you could take something that's, 20 million polys, attach both sides to it, boop, boop, and now you have a unified mesh with different subdivision levels on each thing that you unioned. Did that answer that question? Do you need me to show you that? I mean, does everyone understand what he was just asking or talking about? So union mesh is one of the things that is a, hold on, let's get rid of floor. Slider's a subtool, it's 2, let's make it 20. Resize subtool, all right. W, polycube. It's something that didn't do, it kind of goes back to its original state. So sometimes you have to resize it. Like, damn it. Oh, because, how did I turn that? Okay. I don't know why these come in at such weird sizes sometimes. Okay, so we have that. And I'm just going to make this a sphere. See how it goes back down to that weird scale size? I do not understand that in any way, shape, or form. But because of how we're doing this, I'm going to just scale this here. I'm going to split these two real quick so I can get different subdivision levels, split masked points. Divide, 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 divide. There we go. And now we have this. Let's divide this once, just so there's some. Okay, so this has 74 polys. This has 1.52 million polys, right? So now I'm going to merge these together, merge down, okie dokie. So now these two meshes have dramatically different resolutions, but I want them to join together. And I don't want to use Dynamesh because I want them to stay. I need this ball to be detailed, and I don't care if the mesh, the cube is detailed. So now they're both on the same subtool. Where they're unioned, I want them, right? And so as we drag this and look at what's inside, right, that was kind of a crap example because you can't see. Wrong direction. I'm a jackass sometimes. Okay, there we go. So you can see that the square is still inside the sphere. So that is a noise shell. Okay, so let's just quickly look at this real quick. So how printers think, right? You have a surface, and when it says it wants a watertight model, that was not going where I think that was going. That's so funny. Okay, so basically this is 3 shells, right? You have this shell, you have this shell, and then you have the shell that's created where these intersect. Okay, that right there. So anything, let's say this does this, comes through and comes out. This space right here, that is called a noise shell. And why that is usually an issue, it's because it's tight textures and you get one that rolls under another, and those are called noise shells. So what remesh union is designed to do is remove noise shells, but not change the geometry. So we come in here, remesh by union. No, that didn't work. Come in here, remesh by union. Sorry. Once again, these tools only work on one subdivision level. And remember how I said we'd sort of do that backwards? So before, to solve this problem, to use ZModeler, we dropped all the way down and then reprojected up, right? Remesh by union is sort of a last tool sort of thing, like when you want to retain different geometries for a reason, like I said, the band and the spider, and then that can go off to print, right? You're done, you're ready to go. So here, what we have to do is delete lower. And you see what I was saying, see how this goes black? Often this is a time when I'll turn line off so I can see my poly groups, but not the geometry. Boop, come on, oh, wrong one. Yep. And now we go remesh by union. And now you can see what it's done here. It's created geometry to the point that it needed, so it has a clean intersection. And you can see it's a clean intersection. This area is still millions of polys. This area is still, you know, what was it, 48 polys or whatever. So that is where, scheiße, I'm just throwing crap all over the place. Did that make sense at all? One second, give me a second. I just dragged everything all over the place. Give me 1 second to put all this stuff back in one order. What? Okay, I'm completely confused. All right, that is there. Okay, I was sitting on it. I couldn't find my stylus. Sorry. Okay, there we go. So does that? Well, no, this is not the same because these are two objects inside the same subtool. If we're booleaning a folder, duplicate, split mask points. So if you're booleaning inside a folder, you have to, one, make a folder, enter. And now you could, like I had to merge those down to be in the same subtool. You can do that here, right? Get these in. So I push start because that's the one I want the object to affect. And then I could, so that's union. And you go here, Boolean folder. Start, Boolean folder. Nah. All right, hold on. Something's weird with one of these forms. Let me just delete this, I will. sphere, append, sphere, new folder, get that in there, start, union, slide that over. Oh, it was, sorry, transparency. Boolean doesn't work with transparency on. Whoa, what just happened there? Oh, see what I mean? These are, see how it says make polymesh 3D? Remember how I said we start with a star? See all these things that are blacked out? It's because these are PM3D formats. So I can't do any of this with these files. I have to convert them. And as you can see, if you're all in the middle of a process, this is now a complete, absolute, and utter pain in the butt. So let us delete all. Go to star. Make a sphere. Duplicate. Divide the sphere. Delete lower. Move it. Okay. Go here, new folder, enter. You might want to label that folder so you know what's going on, but so push start, and that defines, you could actually get away without pushing start on this one, but I want you to get into the habit of defining your anchor, because as you go through these and you start doing more complex Booleans, that becomes the order in which things happen, and that's like a stop point in the code. So get into the habit of start. So that's union, right? Boolean folder. And now you notice that it dumped it right here. If we did it with live Boolean, right, with these tools, it would take this and dump it out here as a new tool. I barely use live Boolean like that anymore because I want everything to stay within my subtool. Now, every once in a while, if you want to preview, here, let's make this cut, right? If you want to preview your Boolean, you can turn live Boolean on and it will give you the preview of the Boolean. And then that way, you know, if you really want to make sure it's at a specific point, this is a perfect way of being able to do that. So you just turn live Boolean on and you can then have an active Boolean preview, okay? But I'll turn that off. I will then come back over here and I will Boolean folder. And now we have that tool there. And then as you can see, intersection, make sure they turn back on Boolean folder, boop, boom. And now you get the intersection. We'll do that, close, boop, boop. So this is a Boolean union. And as you can see, it did the same thing, right? It took this geometry and made it match this geometry, but retained your differences in geometry. The same thing here. We have this. It cut to the geometry that was left from the cutter, right? So it retained that geometry count. And then the same here, it retained the geometry count. So that is Boolean. Who's eyeing? Somebody left their microphone on and is eyeing in my ear. I'm just kidding. Not a big deal. Demi. Okay, so does that make any sense? Can you clarify the palette on the left? Is that your current project or is it just a collage of ZTLs? You mean this right here, the tool palette? Okay, so this is the difference in saving a ZTL or a ZPR. all of this is your project. Each one of these is a tool, okay? So often, let's say I was building, remember, I don't know if you all remember the scooter, there's the little guy on the scooter and he's sitting there and it's all based off an illustration. So let's say here, I built the scooter, okay? And then here, I built the person. And then I'll append the scooter into this at some point. But sometimes it is beneficial to keep things in different subtools. Like if they're, like technically, if the ring was very complicated, and let's say it had 10 different elements in it, okay? I'd build the ring in one thing, I'd put the spiders in another, and then I'd join them then. Because if this gets too confusing, you know, it sometimes also, like, you know, let's say you have to start from scratch on each one. Often those will each come out as different tools. If you're importing things, they'll import in as different tools. But all of those tools are within your project. Does that make sense? Yeah, of course. All right,
Hey, Tomas, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, yeah. The reason I was asking about the palette is almost every example file that's actually provided in ZBrush doesn't actually break down like an example like you just gave. So you put together kind of an example, almost like if you had a collage and you'd want to manage those individual pieces.
Yeah.
And you know, most of the individual projects you see really could almost be saved and open as a Z tool. But it's been very confusing for me coming from a CAD background. It's been very, very confusing. So thank you.
Yeah, no problem. So your tool palette is your project palette. Your subtool palette is exactly that, is technically your tool palette. It's funny because their terminology came when this was still a 2.5D program. So how they thought about what thing, you know, because a brush, isn't the brush actually the tool? You know, so isn't the subtool actually object? You know what I mean? And so the terminology in ZBrush is a little wonky. Yeah, it's not like any other. So the terminology is something you kind of have to wrap your head around. But yes, this is your project. This is your subtool. This is, well, technically, this palette is the tool. Each one of these things is a subtool. So here, let's just, it's really funny. I broke it down this way on this little video. So this screen, our workspace, right? Our canvas is the file folder, or is the office, right? In that office, you have a file folder. In the file folder, or in the file cabinet, you have a drawer. And in the drawer, you have file folder, right? Oh, I ruined it. Let's do it here so I can use color. Room, cabinet, I want to hear crap about my perspective. Drawer, folder, right? So this is our workspace. So you open up ZBrush and you have your scene, right? So this is your tool palette. This is your subtool palette. This is your project. Does that make sense? So project, tool palette, subtool palette, right? So, and within your project, you have your textures, your lighting, all your other stuff that sits outside of, that's in the project. So it'll do lighting, it'll do textures, it saves your fonts, it saves pictures, it saves all this crap in the office. But then your project or your tools is the cabinet. This is the tool palette, and it holds a bunch of different drawers full of crap. And then your actual subtool palette is the folder, and inside the folder are the pages, and each one of those is a subtool. Does that make sense? Oh God, I don't even know. What's it called again? Sword Soft Mouse Track. So it'll do keystrokes and mouse clicks, and you can draw and you can magnify and crap like that. It's a good little presentation tool. So I like how I get confused when I'm talking here. So this is a ZPR. That is a ZTL. Does that make sense? I actually have a very nice graphic of this, but
It makes total sense. Thank you.
and so, you know, lighting, textures, fonts, pictures are all stored on a desk inside your office. No, we are not going to save those changes. Okay, are there any other questions? I mean, it can be about anything or about. Sorry, I'm answering. Asking or answering Ryan. He's, okay, so is that, so when you bring a new tool in, does it automatically come in at 0, 0, 0, 0? Not if it's not centered. So let's say you have a model in Matrix, right? And it's not centered to the world. It is going to come in the position that you left. Rhino and Matrix exports your XYZ positioning. So let's say you have like 5 different versions of the ring. You select one, export it, and you know they're not sitting on top of another. You're looking at them. It's going to come in there. But once again, it's real simple to center something in the world.
Hey, Tomas.
Yeah.
I have a question. If you mentioned to start your block up in about 70 polys. If you made something super simple, like a coin medallion or something, how would you start that? Like, is it a problem if there's way less than 70?
No, by no means. Okay. No. I just said, because 70 is actually pretty damn low. So, but no, if you just do it and it has 12 polys, if it has, you know, if you could get it to be, you know, the entire round side is 1 poly, the front and back are 2 poly. They don't work that way, but you know, let's say that was a 3 poly model. Right. Then it can't be 3 polys because poly is 4 and blah, blah, blah. But you understand what I'm saying. That's fine. It just comes down to, you know.
Then you have a ton of subdivisions, right? And is that
and
okay?
The more subdivisions you get, the better. Well, you're not going to get too many more than like 10, because remember, it is exponential growth. So, you know, what is this? This is 14 polys. How many divisions can we get out of this? You know, we have 10 subdivision levels and it's 4.7 million. So you're not going to get too much more than 10 to 12. Even, we started with what, 40 polys
You
there.
could
So
just start with a star, divide, sculpt, and print.
you can, but I wouldn't, because you now have star geometry, right? Which is crap geometry because it has this big point in the center. That's why I say start with squares. Start with a star, convert it to a square. Within that action, slide it around and get it to where you want it as far as geometry goes. Z model it up, subdivide it, and run from there.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, so what are the defined number of faces? Normally it, oh shit, I just totally dropped out, sorry. Tony sent me a question. See, this is what I mean, I'm myopic. I can't do two different things. Let me, all right, Randy, have a great one. When do you place a star on the page and you want to make that into a cube with a defined, yeah, okay. We're gonna delete lower W. Let's just turn this. You have your star. So I'm gonna bring it into a cube. Frame. And this one's, okay, that's a pretty good size. So how you define how many subdivision levels you get is right here, these guys. And as you'll notice, they're little, hold on. See these numbers in here? As I pull this out, right, that's one subdivision, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. And when it gives you that number, it's telling you how many faces there are. So that's 5. It's not 5 lines, it's 5 faces. So, and you just slide this and you can go up, these go from 0 to 100. And so you can do it on each axis, right? You can have different numbers. And that's how you determine your base geometry. And that's why I say do it here in Gizmo, because it gives you a lot of power. Let's say you know that you're going to have roughly 8 layers, right? So you can, we know that Y is up and down, X is left and right, Z is, and you can tap on that, go to front, so you know you're at front. You know that you're going to have roughly 8 levels, so you're going to go boom till you can see the number 8. Oop. And then we're going to remove that, and now you have a way to come into ZModeler, and now I still have that on delete, key mesh, boom, 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 right? And so that allows you to then come in and futz with those levels, right? You can. So let's say sliders to subtool tell you what size it is. Let's say you want that to be 30 millimeters. Type in 30, press enter. Resize subtool, make sure all is not selected. Resize subtool, boom, sliders to subtool, 30. So that's a quick and easy way of doing that.
What happens if all is selected?
Well, let's go to something that has multiple subdivision tools. Let's turn, right? Everybody's here. And let's say you have this, and you want to put, what is this, sliders to subtool, 22 millimeters, right? Let's say you want this to be a pendant, so that needs to be a 4 millimeter jump ring, okay? So I'm gonna say, okay, so my OD is gonna be 5 mil, so we hit 5 mil, press enter, and now I accidentally have all on, and now I resize subtool. It resizes everybody relative to the size that you just changed, right? So now this is what, like 14 mil or something, 17, almost 18 mil. So we went from 70 mil to 18 mil, right? And I only have 3 or 5 subtools open here, or 5 subtools on that. When you have a model that has 6 folders and 114 subtools, and all of a sudden you change all of them to 2 millimeters, because here you can't just undo that. So watch what happens. Let's say I want this to go back to the original size. I have to go undo, 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 undo. So that took me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 steps, 7 undos to get back to that point. Well, that's no big deal if it's 1, but if you have 150, 200 subtools in there and all of a sudden you have to go back to undo, 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 that's when you go to quick save and just go back to your last save, because you're not going to sit there and do 900 undo functions. No. So you can screw yourself pretty quickly with that all button. And the resize subtool, there's some cool things you can do with it later on, but keep it simple because it's sort of confusing. They're cool, but just keep it simple. Just let's try to get being able to control our mesh before we get into snazzy tool things. All right. Anything else about homework? I mean, at this point, it can be about anything you have any questions about. So don't, if
I
you
have
have questions, ask them. Yep.
I have a lot of questions.
Okay.
I'm just wondering, last week you showed us a sugar skull that was old and your newer sugar skull, and I was just wondering, is it because of newer tools, or what did you learn along the way that made such a vast improvement?
Newer tools for the most part, and also just its capacity. I mean, with decimation, you got to understand decimation wasn't there when I started this. You had to have, there was no smart decimation. I had to go through, like, originally I had to go through like 6 different programs that I stole and had to get a mesh that was actually a crap mesh. And then once decimation came in, that allowed me to put a lot more detail in it and retain that detail after that. And then, you know, just being able to work in much bigger meshes alone helps. And then there are new tools that allow me to tune stuff up. You know, at the beginning, the whole layer thing and reflective surface thing I wasn't thinking that way. So through printing and casting, I've discovered the fact that flatter layers read better, you know, and so my whole philosophy of how to make objects changed pretty dramatically over the time frame. I mean, ask Eric if he's around how much different this is than ZBrush 1.8 or 2. You know, I mean, this program has evolved so much in the 16 years I've been using it that it kind of makes your head spin. And it's another reason that I'm not super stressed that I didn't get a lot of the basic videos done, because I mean, my workflow changed absolutely dramatically different in 2020 because we have history. And just that one tool completely changes how I use my workflow. Like, I will project history. You can go back. I can use history as an iteration tool. You know, the tool, I can't, I mean, really physically, no rhetoric or dogma or any of that. It really is like walking naked uphill both ways to get things done compared to what you have to do to get things done that I had to do when we started. I mean, the decimation algorithms are so impressive. And now with Sculptris Pro and being able to go back into a really low base mesh and apply very high detail, that's crazy. I mean, it is absolutely amazing how on top of it Pixelogic development is. I mean, they really try to make the program better every upgrade. And so far, I've yet to see one that, you know, unlike Matrix, where they changed my menu icons, moved them to a different place, and charged me $1,500 for that upgrade. And I mean, that's all it was. I mean, they really didn't do crap except change the menu colors. Oh, I was so pissed. That was the last upgrade I ever bought of Matrix, actually. Yeah, and the other really awesome thing is, you know, they're very, very attuned to the users. You know, I mean, like I asked for ring sizer and we got a ring sizer and things like that. And in the new versions, it's doing some weird stuff, but whatever, you know, it's crazy how your workflow can change every update. So yeah, you know, it's allowed me to make much cleaner models much more efficiently, without a question. No, CTL does not. Well, no, it does not. You can get, if you go to File, see Undo History, you can save your undo histories. For a while, I didn't realize that came on. I think it was the last version in 19 that came on as default. And I don't know if any of you have seen my models, but I mean, I have like 2 GB models not saving the history, and I was winding up with 14. And I think my biggest one was like 21 GB file, and I couldn't figure out why they were so big. And it was because it was saving all of my undo histories. And I mean, you know, I have models that, because I work in long sessions, I have models that are 10,000, you know, undos. And needless to say, those become very big models when you're saving, you know, 10,000, 4,000, 2,000 in different tools. Oh. See you, Cynthia. Have a good one. See you on Thursday. Right. Yeah. Eric's got a few years on me. Is where he was teaching by the time that I started learning. Yeah. No. It's not too many years on me, but it's a couple. All right. Does anyone have any other questions? Remember, this is the time to ask. If you don't understand something, ask. And I'm more than helping, because like I said, I am not a mind reader. I have no idea what you guys know and don't know, because there are no prerequisites for the course, so I have no clue. So give me your input. What do you need? Yeah, and I was, well, so yeah, it was only about a year after that. Yeah, 2004. Yeah, something like that. Big Fish was 2003. And then I had about 8 months of just absolute debauchery. And David Krentz showed me, it was right before it changed versions there, right there in 2003, into 2003, beginning of 2004, something like that, whenever that version change happened. To iterate, you just save as you go and start back at an older point and create a new object. Yeah, kind of. Like, here, let's just do a quick ring here. Let me actually just go to a new thing. Append ring W. Oh, that's a start. Okay. Right. So I have my baseband. Divide, 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 divide. Okay. So let's say we have a baseband that has a pattern on it. Let's go in here, back up. I'm going to go into my design elements real quick because I don't want to sculpt a pattern. And this is a way for those of you who don't sculpt really well. A lot of the jewelers are always like, well, I want to do things that are pretty, but I can't sculpt. Well, I've given you a library of things that were vectors that I lofted, and I just collected a bunch of architectural element stuff. I tried pretty hard to keep these elements as separate polygroups. So like if you just like one thing on it, you can usually just save that out. It just depended on how they lofted off of the vector. So let's just take this guy, mask. So everybody else's mask, that's I'm going to say split mask points. And so now this guy is its own creature. I'm going to go back to my band. I'm going to append my little thingy here, frame. And I have no idea how big that thing is. W. Where is it? This is always the problem. I don't remember. Oh, it's way off in the middle of nowhere. Yeah. Because it's relative to the world. Go home. Frame. So he's pretty tiny. No, 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 no. Oh, no. It's really big. Like I said, a lot of this comes down to, yeah. Which, no, what happened? What are you doing there, Sparky? Sliders, a subtool. I want this to be resize subtool. Okay, frame. So this one, I tried to put backs on them. This one doesn't have a back. Just close holes. Oh, that doesn't work all the time. This is where I would just turn this into a, now we're getting a little too far out of the realm of what I really wanted to go into. Where's ring, frame? This guy is where? Where did it go? Frame, center, home. I don't know how it moved around like that. Turn the ring back on. There we go. So let's say we know that we want to use this design element. Boop. And we're going to turn that into sort of a setting or something. So we'll bring that in there. Doop. Make sure it's there. Match. Well, ooh, that flattens everything out. That's not what we wanted. All right, leave it there. So I'd either project this or whatever, but we're just talking about iterating. I'm not going to go into all this crap. So I'm going to mirror Z, turn on the Z axis, mirror, local symmetry is on, mirroring well, throw it in the back. Okay. And so now I want a version that is prongs. So I come in here and come on, dynamic brush scan. Why are we oh. Okay, this is where my computer starts acting funny again. Look at that. Look at how long it's taking to change my brush size. What is thinking? Sorry, we're just all of a sudden lagging incredibly. Look at that. What is it thinking about? Come on. Process of Screwtail exe. What the hell is that? G2 Comet exe. I have no idea, but it was chugging along there for a second. All right. Why are you? All of a sudden it decided to get squirrely. Sorry. Here, we'll just do this quickly. I don't know what I have going on. So we'll turn symmetry on, X and Z. We're making a ring. There's prongs. Come here, hold down Alt. Come in here, change it to Y and get radial symmetry. You got to be careful with radial symmetry when you have big brushes and little spots, it turns it into a mess. But we can come in here and kind of turn radial off, turn X, Y, and make some quick decisions about this, about our prongs. And so this is kind of like my little process for fast ideation, right? Now, I'm like, well, wait a second. I've already started to crap this out and I didn't duplicate my base model. And I'm like, oh, well, crap, what are we going to do with that? Res. Let's get these down. Boom. High res. Trim them off. All right, so we want one that is a little prong, and I'm deciding on what my head shape is. Want stone be a little bigger. I'm not worried about the stone shape in here because I would create a cutter later to do it. I'm just trying to get forms that I like, right? So it's like, And so that's the little prong. And I'm kind of liking that form, right? And like, okay, well, I really want it to be like that. All right. So that's why things are weird, is because I had it at 49. I guess that means smooth stronger. So I'm coming in and I'm making some basic, the Hajibus is going on there. Okay. I'm making some basic form shapes, right? And so I've decided I like this. But I also want this to be, I need a bezel because I'm going to use an opal. So I'm not going to set it in a prong. I'm going to set it in bezel, but I like this form. Oh, well, crap. I didn't realize I was going to iterate. Okay, duplicate, come back here, just come back to where your base ring was. We're just going to come back here. All right, so no, damn, that's way back there. Okay, so let me hide. Okay, there it is. Okay, there's our base ring. Yeah, so that's right. So now I'm going to duplicate this a couple times because now I know I'm going to iterate, right? So I like this ring. I kind of like what we have here. So I'm going to make this my history state because I want some of these. I'm going to hold down Control, boom. And now I'm going to come back with History Brush. History Brush does not work with symmetry. You must turn symmetry off. And now I'm just going to come here and just, nope, that is my History Brush. I'm going to come over here, sorry. Transparency. You can see your transparency. You also don't have to have the oh, I thought I turned symmetry off. The nice thing about history mode is I don't have to have the other subtools turned on. So I can sort of see what's going on here, right? And I'm going to bring this into this model, and I like this little hitch, right? So we're going to keep the hitch. And you can see how that pulled right there. Well, it's not a big deal. Just shift and just make sure you're coming from the angle, right? Smooth. Get it in. Smooth. So you want to be pretty close to camera angle when you start doing these. Now, I don't want the prongs in there, so I'm just going to kind of avoid it. Come in here. Smooth. Because I'm going to change that center anyway, so I'm not going to work on that too much. And then we know that we have that shape, right? So as you can see, I'm not being super careful here when we're doing this. I'm going for just getting ideas out. So we have that. We like that part, but I need to make this bezel. Lower my res, smooth it out. And here we will take, turn symmetry on, turn history brush off. We're going back to clay tubes. Symmetry on, Y, radial symmetry, and somewhere in there. And so now I need to create a bezel ring because, like I said, we're going to set an opal on this, right? So, so right now, once again, I am just trying to get my geometry sorted. Well, I kind of like that. And now we'll get our bezel set up. That's close enough until I use a cutter. Go back to XZ, right? And now I have that hitch there. I'm never really worried about getting it exact. Unless you are being anal, you can go back to history and do this exact, but we've changed the size. That is because we had to pinch in the geometry, lower, smooth it out, and then higher, smooth it out, higher, smooth it out. Y. Boom. X, Y, get that little hitch shape in there. Okay, we like that. So that's one, that's two. Now, I actually like this form, but we need a bigger one, so we're just going to duplicate it. And now I'm going to take radial symmetry. 15 is actually pretty good. We're going to take move elastic. And now I'm going to just do a big move into a larger, right? And now we'll go back to XZ, go back to clay tubes, and you know, just come in and get, and you can see you're leaving yourself the skeleton for the next part. So, okay, well, now we want this to be square. Duplicate, move elastic, XZ, and we just kind of pull this out until it's square. And now in this, we probably, because you don't want these things to get too off kilter so they become pinch, we'll probably bring that out so it wears a little better and doesn't rock on the finger. And okay, that's probably where I'd go with that until, once again, like I said, I'm gonna, for the stone sizes and stuff and for the actual shapes, I'm gonna come back in and use cutters that are exact, but this is gonna give you, you know, your rough, because you're just trying to get a bunch of ideas out so you then know which one you want, right? The hitch. And don't, you know, if you're iterating, don't be persnickety because you want to just get it out. Now here is a place where, remember that little thing where I said I want all of these points actually to be up? Let's get high res. Let's go there. I'm just gonna mask that off, flip it, go to my gizmo, grab it up here. I want this stuff to come up here. Make sure local symmetry is turned on. And you can see as I drag that up, right, it gives me kind of a flat edge. Higher res, higher res, higher res, higher res. We're up here. And now that's still a mangled, you know, once again, I'm not taking any care. I'm trying to get as many different ideas out as I want here. So we're going to turn Q off, trim front, bump, bump. I will worry about the side end. I'm worrying about shapes now. Okay, well, that's a pretty good one, but we want an emerald in there. Okay, well, move elastic, X, Y, Z, get a bigger brush, drag it out. And what's nice about move elastic, it's going to pull some of that stuff with it. So you're actually getting your ring. We still have roughly the hitch. Let's change, make it smaller, get this up. Boom, roughly getting your forms. And this is where having that grid in the background can help, because if you know you have a 12 mil, you can drag this out to that point, right? Get that going back in, get the hitch in. And you can see that you now have, you know, 1, 2, 3, you know, 4. You can quickly just jam these ideas out and then tune it in and pick the 4 forms you like, because, you know, maybe you like this, but all of a sudden you have these really cool, you know, diamond cut stones and or kite cut stones. Okay, well, now we have one that's going to deal with that, you know. So this is a really quick, you just duplicate it next, duplicate it next, duplicate it next. Now, be careful, you notice we're at 37 million polys here. If your machine, you know, you can wind up with big chunks of machine, but, you know, it's just, you just keep moving. Don't worry about, oh, is it right? Is it the right scale? Is there, who cares right now? You're trying to just run yourself over some forms that you like, you know, oh, well, maybe I actually like it oval this way, but these little pinches are actually pretty cool and carry that out more. And now I can accentuate that little hitch form. You know, play with shapes, you know, get in there and just look at what's happening. You may find something that's absolutely fabulous that you didn't think about, right? And that's sort of how I design for the most part. If I'm working on anything for me, I very rarely have, I have pictures in my mind where I want to go, but this is why I like to sculpt at high resolution, because in this area right here, you know, I might find as I'm just doing quick strokes, you know, you might find that actually how that brushstroke and that brushstroke lay on top of one another you're like, oh, well, I never really thought about separating this surface and that surface. So maybe this becomes something in here. And so, okay, so maybe that's now an edge that comes out to there. So you see what I mean? It's like, as long as you're loose and fast at a high resolution, you can start to find these really interesting just sort of mistakes, right? That just chaos brings. You're like, oh, well, that's actually kind of interesting, because maybe here, this is a plane coming out and under, and this is that frame plane, but it's actually going to carry underneath, and maybe that becomes that edge, right? Because I accidentally dug a little deeper right there. Now we have an interesting substructure. Fill it in. That's a scoop out, so that changes how this interface happens. So, maybe that is actually coming out and down and in, so you'll see me stroke all over the place at high resolution. And I don't care about this like little pinching crap and stuff like that at this point, because all we have to do is lower res, smooth, it's gone. So when you're talking about iterating, it's just keep it moving. Just keep it moving. All right, are there any other technical questions or questions that people don't know nothing about? Or, once again, try to stay on task with, and I know for those of you who actually know how to sculpt, you're going to be like, well, a lily is really boring. Well, get your lily and you can do anything with it, but go through those steps and retain those steps and don't use Dynamesh. So are there any other technical questions? Anything we need help with before we wrap this up? All right, so it looks like we are all good. Right on. I think it's time for a sandwich. All right, of course. Okie dokie. So I will see you guys on Thursday. And I expect to see a bunch of lilies. And once again, feel free to fuddle about, but this lily is really just about learning that block up more than is it a piece of jewelry, anything like that. I just want you to wrap your head around reflective planes, wrap your head around simple block up that then, you know what I'm saying. Keep it simple. Okie dokie. All right, kind and gentle folk, I will stop recording and boop.